Section 23 of The Art of Music, Volume 1, The Pre-Classic Periods. Editor-in-Chief Daniel Gregory Mason. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Jake Malizia. The importance of rhythm in instrumental music has already been pointed out. We have mentioned the part it played in the transformation of the heavy canzona into the sonata da chiesa, giving life and character to the themes and structural regularity to the sections. We have now to consider the development of another cyclic form of music, the suite, called in Italy the sonata da camera, which had its very being in rhythm. The orthodox suite at the end of the 17th century was a series of 4 short pieces, all of which were in the same key, each having the name of a dance, and differing from the others in its rhythm. The origin of the suite, therefore, is to be sought in the cultivation of dance music, which is essentially rhythmical music and in the combination of several short dances in a sequence. The remarkable English collections of music for harpsichord or virginal, already alluded to, contain many dance tunes. In the treatment of them, however, as we have said, composers showed the influence of the polyphonic style to such an extent that they frequently disguised or even suppressed the characteristic rhythms as far as possible by cross accents and polyphonic intricacies. Yet that the English composers of that time, great men like William Byrd, John Bull, and Thomas Morley, were conscious of the contrasting characters of various dance rhythms, and of the pleasant effect of playing a dance in one time after a dance in another, is shown by a passage in Morley's famous book, Plain and Easy Introduction to Practical Music, 1597, which describes the effect to be got by alternating a pavan and a galliard, the first of which was a kind of staid music, ordained for grave dancing, and the other a lighter and more stirring kind of dancing. But the practice of stringing dance tunes together antedates Morley's book by nearly a century, if not more. Among the first pieces of music ever printed were sets of dance tunes for the lute, which were printed by Petrucci in Venice in 1508. Some of these sets consisted of a pavan, followed by other dances, saltarello and piva, which were thematically related to it, and throughout the 16th century, many such embryo suites made their appearance. In the early lute music of the time, the rhythmical element was quite obvious, clearly because the polyphonic style could not be reproduced upon the lute. Indeed, music for the lute is the first instrumental music which presents a definite special instrumental style, and this because by its nature the instrument was quite unfitted for polyphony. The separate pieces in the early suites were often thematically related. They were in fact variation suites, built up upon the same theme presented in various rhythms. Toward the end of the century, it became customary to print together many pieces of the same kind, so that one encounters sets of pavans, of galliards, of passamezzi, and courantes, etc. Thereby the stringing together of dances of different types in the order of a suite disappears from printed music, though doubtless players of the lute and of the harpsichord chose single dances from the various collections and put and played them together according to their own taste. In Italy, the interest newly aroused early in the 17th century in toccatas and ricercari for the organ, and in the canzona and solo sonata for other instruments, banished for a time interest in the combination of dance tunes. But German and English composers accepted the canzona very slowly, and all through the century gave themselves conspicuously to the combination and development of dance tunes, at first for an ensemble of instruments, and later for the harpsichord. They early broke away from the restrictions of church modes, and built up their pieces over a clear harmonic foundation, generally richer and more varied than the harmonies of the Italians. But in these early suites, too, there is the same rhythmical hesitation, which has been found characteristic of all early instrumental music, and the metrical structure of the various dances is often irregular and unbalanced, so strong were the old polyphonic traditions and the mistrust of liveliness. Of the old dance tunes, 2 are almost invariably present in the suite up to the middle of the century, the pavan and the galliard, The pavan was a broad, stately kind of music in common time, and was generally divided into 3 sections, of which the first was in simple harmonic style, and the second and third more contrapuntal. The galliard, on the other hand, was in triple time, and was always set in simple harmonic style. Here is the same principle of construction as that upon which the instrumental canzonas were built. Pieces of polyphonic style contrasted with those of a simpler kind. At what time the pavan and the galliard gave way to the allemande and courante, which are the nucleus of the orthodox suite, has yet to be determined. But at the end of the century, the suites of the great German and English writers present uniformly 4 standard movements, of which the arrangement is allemande, courante, sarabande, and gigue. The origin of the allemande is unknown. It was always in common time, and was of stately, though not slow, movement. Of the courantes, there were 2 distinct types, one called French and the other Italian, both in triple time and both rapid, but the former complex and full of cross accents, and the latter simple and gay. The sarabande was of Spanish or Moorish origin, and was in slow triple time, with the rhythmical peculiarity of a dwelling or accent upon the second beat of the measure. It differed from the other movements in that it was invariably in harmonic style, and its rich though simple chords, and the quiet dignity of its movements have expressed many of the deepest and most emotional thoughts of the great masters, Purcell, Handel, and Bach. The gigue was lively and usually in 6/8 time. It was the only dance of British origin to find a central place in the suite, which is remarkable in view of the fact that the English masters were among the first to work with the suite form. Between the sarabande and the gigue, it was customary to insert 1 or more extra dances, of which those most frequently met with are the minuet, gavotte, bourrée, etc. At the beginning of the suite was often a prelude in the form of the early canzona, and called sonata or symphony. Each movement was divided into 2 nearly equal parts, and each of these parts was repeated. The first began in the tonic key and modulated to the dominant. The second began in the dominant and modulated back to the tonic. Thus there was a harmonic basis which in these movements, as in the movements of the perfected Sonata da Chiesa of the Italians, was an essential element of the design. The division of the definite movements, which was from the beginning one of the features of the suite, probably had some influence upon the Italian composers, and led them to the step of cutting the canzona too into definite movements. All through the century, composers in England and in Germany were experimenting with these combinations of dance tunes for groups of instruments. Among the English experimenters should be mentioned Matthew Locke, with his collection of suites for strings called The Little Consort of 3 Parts, 1656, each of which contains a pavan, an air, a courante, and a sarabande, and Benjamin Rogers, one of the most famous composers of his day. Among the Germans, Johann Jakob Löwen, with his Sinfonien, 1658, which are sets of dance tunes, and Dietrich Becker, with Musical Spring Fruit, 1658, among which is a suite made up in the conventional order of allemande, courante, sarabande, and gigue. One cannot but be astonished to find how closely the suite of the northern masters and the canzona of the Italians kept pace with one another. As proof, one only has to note that Becker's work with its orthodox suite is but a year later than Vitali's first Sonata da Chiesa. Thus, by the beginning of the last quarter of the century, musicians had developed an instrumental style for groups of string instruments and for the organ. They had devised fitting forms independent of words for their musical ideas. They had studied melody and acquired the art of handling it, and they had admitted the stir of rhythm into their most serious work, thereby giving it an animation which would have been summarily condemned a century before. There still lacked men of the highest order of genius to take up the work thus prepared for them. One style of instrumental music is still to be discussed, namely that for the harpsichord. This instrument had been brought to a high state of perfection by the family of Ruckers in Antwerp about the turn of the 16th century. It was known by various names: clavecin in France, harpsichord in England, clavicembalo in Italy, and was made in various forms and sizes. Though a keyboard instrument, it can hardly be considered an ancestor of the piano, for the tones of it were caused by the plucking of the strings, by jacks attached to levers operated by the keys, and not by the pressing or striking of them. Such variety of tone shading as could be got from it was chiefly through the working of stops, which brought a new series of strings into play, or of pedals, which dampened the strings, and the larger harpsichords were furnished with 2 or more manuals, which operated upon separate sets of strings. The extraordinary output of music for the virginals in England just before the beginning and during the first few years of the century gave way to interest in fancies, and later in suites for strings, and the Germans were absorbed in music for the organ or for an ensemble of strings. The Italians were given almost wholly to the cultivation of music for the violin. To the French must be given the credit of having developed the art of the harpsichord to a high state of excellence and beauty during the course of the first half of the century. The Germans were content to publish some pieces for the harpsichord or organ, the Italians likewise. The French were the first to realize the fundamental differences between the two instruments. A great deal is due to the influence of the famous French lutenists of the mid-century, among whom Denis Gautier deserves first mention. His collection of pieces, called La Rhétorique des Dieux, is one of the most charming records of music in Europe during the 17th century. While composers for organ, for groups of string instruments, and even for the voice, were still struggling with problems of style and form, these little pieces made their appearance, in which there is no trace of experiment nor hesitation, but complete mastery of a style both delicate and in every way suitable. The lute still held its place as the most generally used of all instruments during the greater part of the century, not only as accompaniment to voices and as foundation for groups of instruments, but as a solo instrument. Even works by Corelli at the very end of the century are written over a figured bass, which may be played either by harpsichord or lute. That it at last gave way to the harpsichord is probably owing to the great difficulty of playing it. After the time of Gautier, special cultivation of it rapidly waned, but Gautier had lasting influence upon subsequent composers for the harpsichord, both in France and Germany. La Rhétorique des Dieux contains many sets of little pieces, most of which conform to the style of dance pieces then cultivated, all bearing fanciful names such as Phaeton Foudroyé, Diana, Ulysses, Mars Superbe, Juno, ou la Jalouse, la Coquette Virtuose, etc. They are light and graceful and quite free of the heaviness of the polyphonic style. The first of the great French composers for the harpsichord was Jacques Champion Chambonnière, brilliant son of a family of musicians. His 2 books of pieces, published in 1670, contain several sets of dances which are arranged in the order already established as orthodox: Allemande, Courante, Sarabande, and Gigue. The place of the Allemande is sometimes taken by 2 pavans. Several of the courantes are followed by doubles, and sometimes a minuet or a galliard takes the place of the gigue. The style is obviously influenced by Gautier's music for the lute, and is marked by perfect ease and an elegant clearness and grace. And like Gautier's pieces, many of them have dainty fanciful names, such as Iris la toute belle, L'entretien des dieux, Jeunes zéphyrs, etc. Already in the preface to these set of pieces, we come across directions for playing those little ornaments which were to become one of the most characteristic features of music for the harpsichord in the next century, and the subject of many a treatise. In Germany, harpsichord music was set free from organ music by Froberger, whose works for the organ we have already mentioned. Though his harpsichord pieces first appeared in print in 1693 and 1696, several manuscripts bear the date of 1649, and one upon the death of Ferdinand IV must belong near 1654. Froberger must have seen something of Gautier and Chambonnière while he was in Paris, but the fact that none of his pieces bore names after the fashion of the French composers shows that he did not wish to be considered an imitator of them, and indeed his style is still rather heavy and compact, and more akin to the early English style than to the light, transparent style of the French. The history of opera during the 17th century is brilliantly fascinating because it reflects so much the social life of those times. Yet the contribution of opera composers to the art of music is not great. We have seen in a previous chapter what Monteverdi accomplished for opera, that he had a grasp and comprehension of those principles of opera upon which Gluck and Wagner later based their music dramas. That his music, though often rashly experimental and crude, on the other hand was often genuinely dramatic and strong in emotional feeling. But even before his death, composers of opera had turned their backs upon the road toward which Monteverdi had pointed, and were well started on their way toward an opera in which all dramatic power, all genuine feeling, was to be stifled in a mass of formal vocalism and scenic display. Upon opera, more than upon any other form of music, the influence of fashion and public taste made itself felt. The rush of opera into a state of utter falseness was indeed headlong. Let us quote from Dr. Burney's history. After stating that during the years between 1662 and 1680 there were nearly 100 different operas performed in Venice alone, and giving the names of many composers now quite forgotten, he says, "During this period it seldom happens indeed that the names of poets, composers, or singers are recorded in printed copies of these dramas, though that of the machinist is never omitted, and much greater care seems to have been taken to amuse the eye than the ears or the intellect of those who attended these spectacles." He gives us a list of the paraphernalia used in the performance of an opera on the subject of Berenice at Padua in 1680. The list includes choruses of 100 virgins, 100 soldiers, 100 horsemen in iron armour, 40 cornets of horse, 6 trumpeters on horseback, 6 drummers, 6 ensigns, 6 trombones, 6 flutes, 6 minstrels playing on Turkish instruments, 6 others on octave flutes, 6 pages, 3 sergeants, 6 cymbalists, 12 huntsmen, 12 grooms, 6 coachmen for the triumph, 6 others for the procession, 2 lions led by 2 Turks, 2 elephants by 2 others, Berenice's triumphal car drawn by 4 horses, 6 other cars with prisoners and spoils drawn by 12 horses, and 6 coaches for the procession. Among the scenes in the first act was a vast plain with 2 triumphal arches, another with pavilions and tents, a square prepared for the entrance of the triumph. In Act 2, Berenice's royal apartments, in Act 3, a royal dressing room, completely furnished, stables with 100 live horses, and besides representations of every species of chase, as of wild boar, stag, deer, and bears. Obviously, in such a spectacle, true dramatic art and true musicianship found little place. Yet some of the opera composers of the century should not pass unnoticed, even in a general history of music. Their operas, it is true, are now no longer heard, are indeed practically forgotten, but their efforts invented new vocal forms which have held a prominent place in the art of music, not only in opera. Opera may be said to have originated in Florence, but it was soon transplanted from the city of its birth, and after the year 1600, the historian finds little of importance in Florentine opera to claim his attention. In 1608, Marco da Galliano made another musical setting of Rinoncini's Daphne, which had been set by Peri into the first opera. It may be remarked that Peri generously placed Galliano above himself. Galliano wrote a preface to his Daphne, in which he gave as his definition of opera, "a true entertainment for princes, more pleasing than any other, for it unites in itself all the finest pleasures, invention, the arrangement of a subject, ideas, style, sweetness of rhyme, the art of music, concord of voices and instruments, refinement and delicacy of song, graceful dances and movements. And it may be said that painting also plays a great part in the perspective and the costumes, so much so that not only the intelligence, but all the noblest feelings are charmed by the most pleasing arts which have been invented by the genius of man. This is a high ideal of opera, not unworthy to stand beside Wagner's, but the spirit of the age cared little enough about charming the intelligence, and the next opera of importance in Florence, Ruggiero, written by Francesca Caccini, daughter of Giulio Caccini, is little more than a spectacle. Galliano's Flora, 1624, closes the Florentine period. In Rome, the opera was for many years influenced by the Oratorio. That is to say, the texts chosen were oftenest either spiritual or allegorical, following the style of Cavalieri's Rappresentazione, which has already been treated in the previous chapter. Opera and oratorio were hardly different in form. The influence of the church was strong and decidedly conservative. The most important opera composers in Rome, Stefano Landi and Agazzari, were both in the service of the church, and were as a matter of fact primarily church composers. Moreover, there was no public opera in Rome until after the middle of the century. Performances were given under the patronage and at the places of cardinals, among them Corsini, Colonna, Rospigliosi, and Barberini. Landi's two operas, Orfeo, 1619, and San Alessio, 1634, are both made up of comic and tragic elements. In Orfeo, there is a Lethe drinking song for Charon, one of the first comedy scenes in opera, and in San Alessio, which deals with the story of Christ, there are buffoons. These comedy scenes seem to show a reaction against the ecclesiastical influence. Among the musicians in the service of Cardinal Barberini was Luigi Rossi, one of the most admired and best beloved musicians of his day. He was summoned by Paris by Mazarin in 1646, with 20 singers, among them 8 male soprani, and in Paris wrote his most famous opera, The Marriage of Orpheus and Eurydice. Upon his return to Rome, he wrote another opera, Il Palagio d'Atlante, and an oratorio, Joseph. In general, it may be said that the influence of the church was too strong for opera at Rome, and the so-called Roman school of the 17th century has its place only in the development of the cantata and the oratorio. Venice was the centre of operatic music during the greater part of the century. Thither, as we have seen, Monteverdi had been called in 1613 as choirmaster at St. Mark's, and there he wrote Tancredi, The Return of Ulysses, and L'Incoronazione di Poppaea, all of which, by the colour of their orchestration, their genuine dramatic feeling, and their remarkable strength of harmony, left a standard for opera which was nowhere equalled throughout the century. The first opera house in Europe was built in Venice in 1637. Others quickly followed in the same city. Thus here the opera ceased to be a private amusement for the rich nobility, and became a public diversion, and composers were consequently forced to take at once into consideration the desires and the taste of the public. No longer free under rich patronage to experiment, they were obliged to write works for which a popular success might be expected. Furthermore, the financial managers of the opera were by no means willing to pay high salaries and secure the services of the best musicians for the orchestra. Composers could count upon but little skill in the playing of their accompaniments, and had they been inclined to write elaborately for the orchestra, would have been deterred from so doing by the knowledge that their music would have been mishandled. Thereupon, it is hardly surprising that composers quickly lost interest in a detailed workmanship which would have passed unnoticed by the careless ears of the age, that they strove for breadth of effect, at the sacrifice of artistic perfection, that they neglected their accompaniments and the resources of the orchestra, and centred their attention wholly upon the voice parts, upon melody, for which alone the public had interest. The standards of Monteverdi were forgotten or ignored even before his death. His greatest pupil and his successor, Francesco Cabetti Bruni, called Cavalli, 1599 to 1676, never lost entirely what he learned from his master. In his operas, of which Jason (1649), Circe (1660), and Ercole Amante (1662) are most often cited, and were in his own day the most famous, the dramatic element never wholly disappears. But whereas Monteverdi intensified the plays which he set to music by sudden, often harsh effects, Cavalli tended always toward smoothness. Monteverdi's style is pointed and concentrated, full of fire, Cavalli's flowing and diluted. It was to his interest to make the most of dramatic scenes, to expand them to proportions which could not fail to claim the attention of his audiences. Therefore it happens that the recitative, which was the usual medium of musical expression in the early operas, was at places in his opera broadened into more or less sustained melody. The dramatic value of a situation was no longer tersely emphasized by a sharp interval in the voice part, or a few harsh chords in the accompaniment, but was extended throughout a long passage, tending to become more and more lyrical. In this fashion, the aria was prefigured in the operas of Cavalli, and so it grew and was perfected, and became the characteristic mark of the Italian opera. The form became stereotyped. There was usually an orchestral introduction, anticipating the melody. This was followed by the first section of the aria, usually broad flowing melody within the limits of the tonic key. After this came an orchestral ritornelle, and then the second section of the aria, usually in a more broken and sometimes more agitated style, and in a contrasting key. This section was followed by another orchestral ritornelle, and the return of the first section complete. It became the custom to write the word da capo at the end of the second section, directing the singer to return to the beginning and start over again, singing to a sign placed at the end of the first section. The form is, of course, stiff, but it is not by any means essentially ugly. The recapitulation of the first section gives a sense of balance and proportion to the song as a whole, which is necessary in any work of art. This very balance, however, is in direct opposition to dramatic effect. The action of a drama must move forward, to return in scenes of great feeling to a point already past, and repeat what has already once been sung checks all action and brings the play to a standstill. Yet in the course of the century, arias came to occupy the predominant part in opera. Before the end of the century they were classified into various kinds, and a composer was not only forced to incorporate a certain number of each kind into his opera, but to allot to each singer his or her proper share of them. The old drama per musica became a thing of the past, the new opera merely a series of songs arbitrarily joined by a few measures of indifferent, accompanied or unaccompanied recitative. As we have said, signs of this development are already apparent in the operas of Cavalli, pupil of Monteverdi. Cavalli achieved immense popular success. His fame spread over Europe. He was summoned to France in 1660 and again in 1662, and required to furnish operas for the court of Louis XIV. Lully, whose work we shall consider in the next chapter, was already in control of music at the court, and was commissioned to add ballet music to the operas of Cavalli to season them to the French taste, and in this way had the chance to study Cavalli's music and to appropriate from it all that was worth continuing. Through Cavalli, the influence of Monteverdi therefore passed into France. It is not in melody alone that Cavalli's works reflect the spirit of his time. The orchestral parts are carelessly treated. There are instrumental passages for which no special instruments are even designated. There is the same love of show and spectacle which was already evident in the works of England and the ballets of France, and in the late Florentine opera. Elaborate scenes and complicated stage machines are constantly employed. There are pompous allegorical prologues and final ballets, and scenes of buffoonery mingled with the classic theme. All this is far more striking in the works of a later famous composer of the Venetian school, Marc Antonio Cesti, 1620 to 1669. Cesti's most famous operas were La Dori, 1663, and Il Pomodoro, 1667. The latter was written after Cesti had gone to Vienna for the marriage of Leopold I and Margareta of Spain. It was produced with the most extravagant splendour. The prologue was sung by characters representing Spain, Italy, Hungary, Bohemia, and even America. There were 5 acts and 67 scenes. The voice parts are smooth and melodious, but the orchestra is carelessly handled. Giovanni Legrenzi, 1625 to 1690, alone stands conspicuous among the Venetian composers for any attention to orchestral effects. Most of his operas were written between 1675 and 1684, while he was at the head of one of the Venetian conservatories and second choirmaster at St. Mark's, and nearly all of them were produced in Venice. He seems to have presided over a sort of academy which met at his house. Among his pupils, and the most famous in the next generation, were Lotti, Caldara, and Galuppi. The list of composers who wrote for the opera houses in Venice is long. Their fertility was enormous. The public demanded novelty, and only a few operas won a permanent place in its favour. The opera season was carnival time, during the weeks between Epiphany and Lent, though there were often short seasons in the fall and in the late spring. All operas must end happily, and the comic element was never absent. For the greater part of the century, the Venetian opera was the favourite of all Europe. After 1670, however, opera began to flourish in Naples, and by the beginning of the next century, the Neapolitan opera was supreme. Here in Naples, the victory of the singers was complete. Composers were at their mercy, and the public fawned upon them. Bearing in mind that the opera began with the attempts of a few brilliant young Florentines to restore the Greek drama, in which, so far as we know, recitative and chorus were the chief musical adjuncts, we cannot but be amazed to note the state to which it had come by the end of the century. The chorus had been abandoned except for massed effects and the end of the acts. Recitative had been cut down as much as possible, and the aria was supreme. Even the arias were distorted or inflated with technical devices to show off the skill of the singers. Of dramatic feeling there was none, and of genuine music scarcely a note that has survived the test of time. Practically all of the more than 700 operas written between 1607 and 1700 have sunk into oblivion. Many have even perished utterly. As Burney says, often enough the name of the composer of an opera was unmentioned. A century of endeavour might well be reckoned as futilely spent, but that it left a model of smooth recitative, of eminently suitable vocal style, and the standard of the perfected aria. But such an opera as this was what the public wanted, not only in Italy, but in Germany, France, and England as well. Except for the opera in Hamburg, there was no attempt at a national opera in Germany during the century. For the most part, composers, librettists, and singers were Italian. Heinrich Schütz has the fame of having written the first German opera. The music was burned in 1760. The text was the oft-set Daphne of Rinuccini, translated into German. Remembering that Schütz had received his education in Venice between 1609 and 1612, at a time when the new style was in the air, we may surmise that his music was in the Italian style of the first period of opera, full of dramatic feeling. Daphne was first performed in 1627 at the castle of Hartenfels near Torgau in Saxony, for the marriage of Princess Sophie of Saxony and George II of Hesse-Darmstadt. Opera was introduced in Munich in 1657 by Caspar Kerl, writing to Italian texts. In Dresden, opera was from the start, 1662, Italian. There was no opera in Berlin before 1700. The French received the Italians coldly at first, but their opera, or rather the ballet from which their opera developed, depended for effect largely upon display. In England, the theatres were closed by the Puritans between 1642 and 1660, and there was no opera before Purcell's Dido and Aeneas, 1688 to 1690. But both before and after the Commonwealth, a form of dramatic entertainment called the masque was in great favour and attracted the attention of a number of composers. The masque resembled the French ballet, which seems to have come from the same source, but it far excelled its French counterpart in literary workmanship and skill. Like the French ballet, however, it was wholly a private amusement. People of rank and fashion took part in it, usually disguised. It was generally based on a mythological story and was made up of dialogue, songs, and dancing, and was always extravagantly staged. Among the composers who set music to various masques throughout the century should be mentioned Thomas Campion, died 1620, Nicolas Lanier, died 1666, who was said to have introduced recitative into England, the brothers William and Henry Lawes, the latter of whom set Milton's Comus to music in 1634, Matthew Locke, died 1677, and Pelham Humphrey, died 1674. The masque can hardly be said to have developed into opera. The one very great composer England produced during the century, Henry Purcell, was influenced by it, but his one opera, Dido and Aeneas, is almost the only English opera, and immediately after his death, Italian opera flooded London to the exclusion of any other that might have grown out of the masque. Meanwhile, the oratorio, which sprang into life together with the opera, had been generally neglected. The first real oratorio, Cavalieri's Rappresentazione di Anima e di Corpo, given in Rome in 1600, did not differ, except in subject matter, from an opera. The personages in the allegory were all acted. There were scenery and costumes. The same is true of the oratorio of Stefano Landi and Luigi Rossi. The form began to differ from the form of the opera only with the works of Giacomo Carissimi, one of the most famous composers of the century. He was born near Rome about 1604, was probably trained in Rome, and held the post of choirmaster at St. Apollinari in Rome from 1628 until his death in 1674. Trained in Rome and living most of his life there, Carissimi was under the conservative influence of the church, and all his music shows a musicianship far above that of any of his contemporaries, and more allied to the lofty perfection of the old polyphonic style. On the other hand, he did not fail to avail himself of the results of the new movement. Though in his masses he is a master of smooth part-writing, not unworthy to stand beside Palestrina, in the choruses of his oratorios, when there is agitated or dramatic feeling to be expressed, he uses with equal ease a style broken and pointed with rhythm, which is wholly in keeping with the dramatic ideals of Monteverdi, and none the less careful and artistic. In this certain high seriousness of his work, Carissimi is in sharp contrast with most of the composers of his age, who, carried high on the wave of the reactionary movement, often refused to subject themselves to the discipline of any genuine musical training, and composed merely in a sketchy, unfinished way. All Carissimi's work is marked by great finish. He was one of the few composers of the century who worked seriously to improve the new recitative style, and his influence in this regard was far-reaching. Then, too, his treatment of orchestral accompaniments was anything but vague and indefinite. He was the first to differentiate the oratorio from the opera. In all his oratorios, of which Jephthah and Jonah are the most famous, the story is sung in recitative by a narrator. There is no action, nor scenery nor costumes, and the chorus is given a far more important part in the scheme than it ever found in opera. It was upon the foundation laid by Carissimi that Handel, nearly a century later, built up his own great oratorio. Carissimi was, moreover, the first to perfect a form of music known as the cantata, consisting of recitative and arias for solo voice with figured bass accompaniment, a sort of vocal chamber music, which was also suitable for use in the church. The form was further developed by Alessandro Scarlatti and later by Handel. In Germany, the growths of both the oratorio and the cantata were greatly influenced by the more serious religious temper of the people and by the intimate, personal religious sentiment which was the outcome of the Reformation. Naturally, the church music of the German composers was affected by the Italian schools, notably that of Venice, and by the general movement towards solo and concert style and the opera. But the chorales, which we have already seen, led to a form of organ music distinctively German, coloured all German Protestant religious music with a spirit that was completely wanting in Italian music of the same age. The chorale was incorporated into oratorios and into cantatas. the congregation was given a voice, shared in the musical expression of most profound and yet most intimate devotional feeling. By far the greatest of German composers of this time was Heinrich Schütz, 1585 to 1672, whose Daphne has already been mentioned. Most of his works were sacred. In the Oratorio style belong the Resurrection, 1623, the Seven Words, 1645, and four settings of the story of the Passion, settings of the Psalms, 1619, and the Sinfoniae Sacrae, 1629 to 1650. All these works, though full of dramatic feeling, are intensely religious, and foreshadow the great cantatas and the Passion of Johann Sebastian Bach, both in their richness of harmony and in their genuineness of feeling. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Art of Music, Volume 1, The Pre-Classic Periods. Editor-in-Chief, Daniel Gregory Mason. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Jake Malizia. The 17th century. 3/4 of the 17th century produced hardly more than experimental music. The enthusiasm of the Italians found on every hand new ways for the development of music, and they were in every branch the innovators and the bold discoverers. In every country of Europe their influence was felt, their guidance followed. They were the models for the time. And at the end of the century, what they had sown bore fruit, both in their own country and in England, Holland, Germany, and France. At the end of the century, lasting achievement takes the place of experiment. There are a dozen composers in every branch of music who no longer speak with hesitation, but with certainty, whose music is well built and clear and free in style. Their activities pass well into the next century, but they are firmly rooted in the 17th, and their work should be regarded as the harvest of that time of sowing. Growing among them were the greatest of all composers, Johann Sebastian Bach, and his great compeer, Georg Friedrich Handel. England alone produced a truly great composer, whose lifetime fell within the century, Henry Purcell. The date of his birth has not been exactly determined. He died on the 21st of November 1695 at the age of only 37 years. As a boy he sang in the choir of the Chapel Royal, and when his voice broke he was still retained as a supernumerary. In 1680 he succeeded Dr. John Blow as organist of Westminster Abbey, and held the post until his death. He began to compose when very young, and in his brief life set his stamp upon almost every form of music then known, though he found the first expression of his remarkable genius in music for the stage and incidental music for plays. In this branch, his opera Dido and Aeneas, 1689 to 1691, maintains the highest excellence. What is most striking in it, and indeed is most striking in all Purcell's music, is the genuineness of feeling. He gave his music lasting life. There is little trace of empty formalism or of arid conventionalism which stifled the music of so many opera composers of his day. Its freshness is in no way stale today. His use of harmony as a means of emotional expression is far ahead of any of his contemporaries, and he had a gift of spontaneous melody which has never been excelled by any other save perhaps Schubert. The death song of Dido in the opera just mentioned is nearly as startling in relation to the time in which it was written as Monteverdi's Lament of Ariadne. A few measures of most expressive recitative lead to the song, which, characteristically English, is indeed a song and not the stiff aria of the day. It is a striking example of Purcell's skill in working over a ground bass, in this case a descending chromatic phrase full of melancholy and pathos. Dido and Aeneas is the only English opera in the strict sense of the word. Unhappily, the rich promise of a national school of English opera which it contains was never fulfilled. Almost immediately after the death of Purcell, Italian opera invaded London, and in 1711 was firmly established there by Handel. Purcell wrote a great deal of music for the theatre, but for the most part in the form of songs and instrumental dances. Among the plays for which he wrote music should be mentioned Dryden's King Arthur and The Indian Queen, Diocletian, The Fairy Queen, and The Tempest. His most important instrumental works are a set of 12 sonatas for 2 violins, bass and figured bass for harpsichord, published in 1683, and another similar set of 10 published after his death by his widow, and 8 suites for harpsichord. All these are in keeping with the general style of the time. The sonatas, the first set of which appeared in the same year as Corelli's Opus 1, are marked by seriousness which tends toward heaviness in comparison with Corelli's work. They are less spontaneous than his vocal music, but they are of high artistic merit. The works for harpsichord are touched by the charm of English tunefulness, and are no less dainty for being conspicuously simple in comparison with the more elaborate work of the French writers. The greatest part of Purcell's work must remain an isolated monument of great genius, for it had little influence upon the general course of music in his day. However, his anthems and semi-sacred odes hold an important historical position, inasmuch as they contain magnificent choruses from a study of which Handel obviously and greatly profited. Purcell was second to none of his contemporaries in technical skill. He stood above them in musical power, in the fullness and virility of his ideas, in genuineness and simplicity, in those qualities which elevate genius above technical mastery and agreeable ease. His music rings clear and true. In Italy itself, 3 men stand out most prominently: Alessandro Scarlatti, his son Domenico, and Arcangelo Corelli. Alessandro Scarlatti is one of the most brilliant figures of the period. Unhappily, it is but another proof of the futility of opera music of that time that so little of his work has survived. His productiveness is nothing short of prodigious. He wrote at least 114 operas, and besides these 500 cantatas, both for solo voice and for 2 voices, church music and oratorios. Born in Sicily and living at 2 periods in his life, at Naples for several years, he was long held to have added a new flavour to Italian opera, and to have founded a school of opera in Naples distinct in character from other Italian opera. But, except for the unusual charm of his personal genius, and a higher artistic instinct than that with which most of his contemporaries were endowed, his music hardly differs from theirs. Certainly he is one of the most important figures in the history of music, in that he rounded Italian opera into smooth, polished shape and left it clearly defined as a model for all opera composers during the course of the next century. He was born in Sicily in 1659. The exact place is not known, but his family was of Tuscan origin. His youth was spent in Rome, where serious traditions of music still lingered, and there, under what teachers no one knows, he acquired a thoroughly solid foundation, and that light, sure grasp of technique which shows in his music in striking contrast to the careless work of many a contemporary then famous. From 1684 to 1702 he was in Naples, occupied principally in composing operas for production at the Royal Palace or at the theatre of San Bartolomeo. The Neapolitan taste was frivolous, and there can be little doubt, was harmful to the composer, by nature inclined rather to comply with it than to defy it. Yet by 1702 Scarlatti could stand it no longer, and for 9 years lived in various of the big Italian cities, always writing operas, successful and highly honoured. He returned to Naples in 1713. A few years later the Neapolitans lost interest in his music, and he went again to Rome. In 1723 he was back again in Naples, quite out of favour with the public, apparently forgotten by his own generation, and here he died on 24th of October, 1725. During the last year of his life, Johann Adolf Hasse, destined to universal popularity as a composer of operas in the Italian style, was his pupil. The great number of da capo arias in Scarlatti's works gave rise to a belief prevalent for many years that he was the inventor of this form, which is mainly responsible for the degeneration of Italian opera into the state of meaningless vapidity in which it is found during the following century. But the growth of the form and its use can be traced in the works of his predecessors. He gave to the form, however, its perfect outline, and though none of his arias can be said to touch any emotional depth, they are models of a perfect vocal style never since excelled, and even today are pleasing by the faultlessness of their structure and the elegant smoothness of their flow. Scarlatti established this conventional form to the exclusion of all others. How strongly it prevents dramatic action has already been shown in a previous chapter, but Scarlatti, in establishing it so firmly in Italian opera, was but complying with the demands of audiences of his time, and should be less blamed for his acquiescence to popular taste than praised for the beauty with which he was able to clothe it. He bequeaths to his followers thereby one of the few valuable accomplishments of Italian opera composers of the 17th century, a form of music wonderfully adapted to show off the beauties of the human voice. Moreover, he may be said to have invented the accompanied recitative. At any rate, his opera, Olimpia Vendicata, 1686, gives us the earliest known examples of it, and though he used it seldom, that he thought to use it at all is indicative of his genius, which, not bold enough to explore the realm of effects in the face of a frivolous public, might, under more favourable circumstances, have broken free of the conventions closing tighter and tighter about Italian opera. With his operas appear the first approximately definite models of the Italian overture. These overtures, when played with the operas to which they were preludes, were called sinfonie, but when played in concert apart from the operas were called overtures. They consisted of 3 distinct parts or movements. The first a solid allegro, the second a slow expressive movement, and the last light and lively. How much the form had influence upon the development of the symphony is shown by the fact that several of Haydn's early symphonies were published under the name of overtures. Other works even nearer general oblivion than Scarlatti's operas are his secular cantatas. These are less influenced by the demands of the public, and are in general representative of his ideals. Not only are the recitative and the arias in smooth, flawless style, but the accompaniments, frequently enriched by instrumental parts added to the figured bass, are full of expressive harmony. That they are less remembered than the operas is due to the fact that the form ceased to be cultivated after his death. Handel's cantatas, like his operas, show the influence of Scarlatti, but Handel's cantatas too are forgotten. In that he left in his operas a model of perfect form for that style of opera which was popular and successful during the next century, his influence was strongly felt, and he was imitated by countless composers who, unhappily, fell far short of his musicianship. Hasse was actually his pupil, Handel his follower. They alone were worthy of their predecessor. His figure is a striking one in the history of music, both by itself and in relation to the time which cramped and confined it. His friend Arcangelo Corelli won a lasting fame as the first great violinist and composer of music for the violin. He was born at Fusignano in Italy in February 1653. During his early life, about which little is known, he appears to have travelled in Germany and France, but before 1685 he had settled in Rome, where, save for a few journeys, he remained till the end of his life in January 1713. In his lifetime he lacked neither friends nor appreciation. His works achieved immediate popularity in all the countries of Europe. Only in Naples, whither he went in 1708, did he fail to win success. Stories of his meetings with Scarlatti and with Handel show him to have been a man of gentle, kindly nature, unspoiled by the homage done him by royalty and by the first people in Italy. His position in the history of music is of twofold importance, for not only was he a great player who laid a firm foundation for the future development of violin technique, but a composer who summed up in his works what had been done in music for an ensemble of string instruments, and left models of genuine musical worth which were to serve composers of instrumental music until the full development of the symphony. His works were published in 6 sets, or opera, still justly famous. Sets 1 and 3 consist of 12 Sonata da Chiesa, 2 and 4, of 12 sonata da camera. The fifth contains 12 solo sonatas for violin with bass and figured bass, and the sixth is made up of concerti grossi for 3 solo instruments, called the concertino, and an accompaniment for 2 violins, viola, violoncello, and figured bass, called the tutti. The sonata da chiesa and the sonata da camera differ from each other more in name than in content. The sonata da chiesa, or church sonatas, are, as might be expected, of rather serious character. The chamber sonatas are more frankly rhythmical, and, whereas the movements of the former are without titles and stand as absolute music, those of the latter frequently bear the names of the dance forms from which we have seen the sonata da camera developed. But the two kinds are closely related. The form in which all are cast is fundamentally tripartite, with an introductory movement. The introduction is in a slow, solid style, after the manner of the old pavan. The first movement proper is in the dignified contrapuntal style of the allemande, the second in the style of the sarabande, slow and expressive, and the last is lively and usually in the rhythm of the gigue. They are all written for 3 instruments, with figured bass for organ, harpsichord or lute. What is most striking about them, apart from their excellent fitness for the instruments for which they were written, is the compactness of form, the neat balance and proportion toward which composers had been toiling during the century. Here at last is mature instrumental music, music that can stand alone, that is firm and articulate. In the church sonatas, it is true, he sometimes chokes the life of the music in the contrapuntal web, which was still in his day the high, serious ideal of musicians. But the chamber sonatas are astonishingly free from it. Even more striking is the fine mastery of form and style shown in the 12 solo sonatas. These two are of the 2 kinds, church sonatas and chamber sonatas. In them there is no trace of uncertainty, nor of insecure experiment. Master of the violin as he was, his treatment of the solo passages and his ornamentation have lost none of their beauty to our ears more than 200 years after he wrote them. There is no trace of the slow-moving vocal style which had so long hampered his predecessors. All is purely instrumental. In him a great victory was won, and a branch of music established for all time. It is noteworthy, too, that he was guided by a good taste which restrained him from writing passages merely for technical display. The feverish desire to astonish audiences, evident in the works of his famous contemporary, Vivaldi, is nowhere evident in his own, and though they may seem to lack fire on this account, they are the more musical for being the less brilliant. His works still have their place in the repertories of great violinists. What must strike the listener is the just proportion between form and content, giving them a serene dignity, for as the form is simple, so is the emotion equable and cool, and there is no empty pretentiousness on the one hand, nor inadequacy of means on the other. The concerti grossi present a relatively new form. The first 8 are built upon the same plan as the sonata da chiesa. The last 4 contain dance movements in the style of the sonata da camera. In the 8th is the famous pastoral. The term is used as early as 1698, by Lorenzo Gregori in his Concerti Grossi Opus 2, to signify a composition for 2 or 3 solo instruments with more or less elaborate and orchestral accompaniment or background. The solo instruments repeat what the orchestra plays, with some elaborate and fine shading. Out of the Concerti Grossi, Torelli and Vivaldi developed the solo concerto, limiting the concertino to 1 single violin. In this new form, the solo passages present new material independent of what the tutti has announced, and are distinct episodes filled with brilliant pyrotechnics. Corelli and Scarlatti must both be given an important place in the history of music. Of the 2 men, Scarlatti had the greater genius, but he turned it to use in a form of music which could not develop beyond where he left it, which was radically false and destined to oblivion. Corelli, on the other hand, composing far less, gave violin music the secure foundation upon which all later musicians have built, and left examples of simple instrumental music which still hold their place by force of their calm, genuine feeling. It is strange to think of Corelli on tour in Naples some 200 years ago, sitting nervous and confused at the head of Scarlatti's orchestra, stupidly making mistakes, and of Scarlatti, then at the pinnacle of fame, polite and kind. Alessandro Scarlatti's son, Domenico, was born in Naples in 1685, during the second year of his father's stay there. With whom he studied is unknown, but in his youth he was both in Naples and Rome. His first work was in Naples. In 1705 his father sent him to Venice with the great singer Niccolino, and gave him a letter to Ferdinand de' Medici in Florence, in which he wrote, "This son of mine is an eagle whose wings are grown. He ought not to stay idle in the nest, and I ought not to hinder his flight. Under the sole escort of his own artistic ability, he sets forth to meet whatever opportunities may present themselves for making himself known, opportunities for which it is hopeless to wait in Rome nowadays." In 1708, Handel came to Venice, and the two men seem to have gone to Rome together for a competition on harpsichord and organ before Cardinal Ottoboni, the generous patron of Corelli. At any rate, the competition took place, and Handel was judged the better organist, while the victory for harpsichord was undecided. After this, the two young men, of the same age, became warm friends. Handel shortly after established himself in London, but Scarlatti's life was always a wandering one. He was at various times in the service of the Queen of Poland in Rome, as composer for her private theatre, Maestro da Cappella of St. Peter's, where he composed sacred music, in London producing his operas, in Lisbon, and finally at the court of Spain, where he was appointed music master to the Princess of the Asturias. After 15 years in Spain, he returned to Naples, and died there in 1757. He left no money, but his family was provided for by the great singer Farinelli, who likewise had been many years at the court of Spain in highest favour. Domenico Scarlatti's operas and masses are now forgotten, but his fame as a composer for the harpsichord is immortal. What Chopin and Liszt did for the pianoforte music of their day, Scarlatti did for music for the harpsichord in his. It has been often said that he was the founder of the pianoforte style. This is true, unless the French composer François Couperin shares the honour with him. Of the brilliant virtuoso style, he is unquestionably the founder. His instinct for style and form made no false step, and his music is astonishingly sparkling and fresh when played by modern virtuosi on the modern pianoforte. The works of his French contemporaries, Couperin and Rameau, are unmatched in delicacy and grace, and a most refined sentiment. Still, it may be said that their charm to modern ears consists not a little in an exquisite old-fashioned spirit, which breathes from a court life long since ruthlessly stamped underfoot, whereas Scarlatti's music compels attention and admiration even today by its vigour, flash, and daring. Moreover, it is free as air from all heaviness of rhythm or of contrapuntal intricacies, and yet it is none the less clear-cut and perfect in form. It is first of all virtuoso music. Most of the pieces demand the utmost speed and lightness of touch. Among the most difficult devices he frequently employed is the crossing of hands, by which he obtained instrumental effects hardly less brilliant than those of Liszt. And yet his music is not all empty display. There is an epigrammatic clearness about it, which has the sparkle of all genuine wit, irrespective of the time which gave it birth, and at times there is a masculine touch of poetry, enriched by various expressive harmonies, notably in one, the most famous of his sonatas, that in D minor, which is familiar to all concert-goers in the elaborated form and higher key into which Tausig has transcribed it. Unlike other composers in his day, he did not set 4 or 5 pieces together in a suite, but kept his pieces separate, and called each one a sonata or an exercise. Nor did he label any of them with the dainty suggestive names that became the fashion in France and Germany. They are all short, and all in the same form. Each is made up of 2 sections, one of which begins in the tonic and modulates to the dominant, or if the key is minor, to the relative major. the other from this key back to end in the tonic, frequently by way of contrasting remote keys. Both sections are repeated in their turn. The effect is one of precise balance and clearness. There are generally two quite distinct figures, or even themes, which are employed in such a way as to suggest the sonata form of later development, the first given at the start in the tonic key, the second in the second part of the first section in the dominant or relative major. And the sparkling liveliness of the pieces depends not a little on the contrast and play of these two distinct figures, their neat and regular arrangement, and the satisfying return of them in the second section of the piece. Such an aptness, such a clear-headed wit, is hardly met with anywhere else in music. If the glitter of Scarlatti's harpsichord music is sometimes hard, it is never false. It is the glitter of a diamond, not of tinsel. It has never tarnished. It flashes brilliantly from an age when much was false, clean-cut, polished, impervious, and, in its pointed way, defiant. Thus in Italy, three men sum up the 17th century and inaugurate the 18th. They were not alone in their day, but their contemporaries, once equally famous, have for the most part sunk into an oblivion from which only the enthusiastic historian recovers them. And even the most gifted of these three, Alessandro Scarlatti, becomes daily less a substance and more a shade, though what there was of intrinsic worth in the Italian opera of that time was developed and adorned by him to stand as a model for Handel, for Haydn, and Mozart, and for Rossini and Verdi. Corelli, his friend, and Domenico Scarlatti, his son, built with less perishable stuff, and on the foundations which they laid for the branches of music in which they were adept, great monuments have been reared. Their genius and their musicianship were less great than those of the elder Scarlatti, but their compositions were of a piece with reality, not like his, the adornment of a false and meaningless convention. Hence their music still speaks for itself today, a language sometimes thin, but in the main clear and strong, whereas others must speak for Scarlatti. In the oratorios of Handel, and in the vocal works of Bach, the best of what the Italian opera composers of the 17th century accomplished was perpetuated, and Scarlatti was unquestionably the greatest of these composers. The seeds of his genius were thus transplanted from the sterile soil in which circumstances had forced him to sow them, and they bore fruit in strange forms and alien lands. So ended the supremacy of the Italians in the history of music. After the death of Scarlatti, the Neapolitan opera became wholly trivial. The list of composers is long. Some are distinguished by a certain elegance of style, such as Feo, Vinci, and Caffaro. Others by a cleverness in handling the orchestra, such as Durante, and still others, notably Porpora and Leo, were very great teachers of singing. But for the most part they were all as like as eggs, and none added anything of lasting value to music. The comic opera alone had any real life. This, the last creation of the Italians, was powerful in directing the course of music, and will be treated in another chapter. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Art of Music, Volume 1, The Pre-Classic Periods. Editor-in-Chief, Daniel Gregory Mason. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Jake Malizia. What Alessandro Scarlatti did for opera in Italy, Lully had done for opera in France. The French opera, like the English opera, of which we have the one splendid example in Purcell's Dido and Aeneas, was of quite distinct origin from the Italian. Whereas the Italian opera sprang from attempts to restore the method of combining music and dramatic declamation, practiced by the Greeks, the French opera developed from a form of entertainment that had long flourished in France and was dear to the hearts of the French people, the ballet. The famous Ballet Comique de la Royne, given in Paris at the Petit Bourbon on the 15th of October 1581, in honour of the marriage of the Duc de Joyeuse and Mademoiselle de Vaudemont, sister of King Henry III, is in a sense the first attempt in France toward what we now call opera. It was a magnificent spectacle in which songs, choruses, and dancing played a part. The plan of it was made by Balthazar de Beaujoyeux, whose real name was Baltassarini, groom of the chamber to the king and the queen mother, Catherine de Medici. The music was by the Sieur de Beaulieu, whose true name was probably Lambert, and another composer called Salmon, and the verses were by one named La Chenaille. A few excerpts from a contemporary account of the performance will best illustrate what the ballet was. It was given before the king and his mother, and an assemblage of the highest nobles in France. As for the overture, the writer of the account says, "After some measure of silence had been established, there came from behind the walls the sound of oboes, cornets, sackbuts, trombones, and other sweet-toned instruments." After this, the Sieur de la Roche, escaping from a garden at the back of the hall, came and delivered an address before the king. He was followed by the sorceress Circe, from whom he had evidently escaped, and was bent on having him back again. But he eluded her, and she returned to her garden. Then 3 sirens and a triton appeared and sang a chorus, which was echoed by singers concealed in a golden arch at the back of the hall. They disappeared, and an immense fountain was drawn upon the stage by 2 seahorses. And about the fountain 12 naiads were grouped, among whom were ladies of highest rank, covered with gold and jewels. The fountain was drawn round the room, spouting real water, surrounded by 8 tritons playing lutes, harps, etc., and by a dozen pages or more bearing lighted torches, all singing. After this chorus, Glaucus and Thetis took their place in chairs at the foot of the fountain, and sang a little dialogue to which the tritons answered in chorus. The fountain was then drawn off behind Circe's garden, and 10 violinists came forward, dressed in white satin, hung with gold, and played for the first dance, which was taken by the 12 pages and the 12 naiads who had returned. Circe appeared, furious, from her garden, and laid all the dancers under her spell, so that they stood motionless, and then she retired to her garden, swollen with victory. Suddenly there was a loud clap of thunder, and Mercury appeared, descending in a cloud from which he sang. He then stepped from his cloud and freed the dancers from Circe's spell, whereupon they at once took up the dance again. Mercury went back to his cloud, and Circe came again upon the scene, and bewitched not only the dancers, but Mercury himself, whose cloud would not conceal him, so that they all followed her, 2 by 2, into her fatal garden. And here the garden was brilliantly lit, and the spectators saw, walking therein, a stag, a dog, an elephant, a lion, a tiger, and various other beasts who were once men, who now had undergone Circe's spell. The first act ended here. The second act opened with a 5-part song for satyrs, to which the golden vault replied in echo. A forest advanced across the floor of the hall, a forest with a rock in the middle, and oak trees hung with garlands of gold, and 4 dryads to whom the satyrs sang a song of welcome. The forest went before the king, and from its leafy depths a young dryad delivered a speech to him. Then the forest turned to the left and proceeded to Pan's grotto. Here Pan welcomed the dryads with a tune on his flute, and they complained to him of Circe, who had imprisoned not only their playmates the naiads, but Mercury himself as well. Thereupon Pan promised his aid, and the wood went away. Entered then the 4 virtues, 2 of whom played upon the lute, while the other 2 sang a little duet. The golden vault responded with an instrumental piece in 5 parts, and then Minerva approached in a car drawn by a huge serpent, Minerva bringing the head of Medusa. She delivered yet another address to the king, and invoked Jupiter, who after a few claps of thunder descended in a cloud. He stood on his cloud and sang a song, after which the cloud deposited him upon the floor, and he went off with Minerva to Pan's grotto. Poor Pan was soundly scolded by Minerva for having let Circe steal away the naiads and Mercury. Pan, though replying that the power to overcome Circe belonged alone to Minerva, nonetheless started off for Circe's garden, followed by 8 satyrs armed with knobbed and thorny clubs. Minerva went along too to the assault, but Jupiter was left alone on the stage. Once before Circe's stronghold, that wily lady harangued her assailants and made fun of Minerva and of Jupiter. To Jupiter she said, "If anyone is destined to triumph over me, it is the King of France, to whom you, even as I, must yield the realm you possess." Minerva and her heroes broke down the door of Circe's garden, and Jupiter struck the lady herself with a thunderbolt, who thereupon fell senseless to the floor. Minerva got possession of the magic wand, released those who had been chained by Circe's spell, and at last restored Circe herself, who joined with her to lead a procession of all who had taken part in the play around the hall. Then followed a grand ballet before the king. This performance of the Ballet Comique de l'Héroïne lasted 5 hours and a half, and the cost of producing it was more than 3,600,000 francs. This was approximately a century before the performance of Berenice in Padua, of which mention has been made in a previous chapter. But whereas the Italian opera degenerated into a scenic display, the French opera resulted from a cutting down of lavish extravagance and uniting the various scenes with choruses with musical declamation. The ballet remained the favourite diversion of the French court down to the middle of the 17th century, though the splendour of this ballet comique was never reproduced. Though it approached what we now call opera, it remained differentiated from opera in a few fundamental points. Parts were taken by members of the court society. The whole entertainment was planned to flatter the king, so that the lines spoken by the players were often directed to the monarch in the manner of Circe's lesson to Jupiter, which we have just quoted, and there were long addresses without music and without relation to the plot of the ballet. In 1645 and 1646, Cardinal Mazarin invited Italian singers to give an exhibition of their opera in Paris. They were coldly received. In Perrin's famous letter to his protector, the Cardinal della Rovera, April 30th, 1659, the Italian music was likened to plainsong and airs from the cloister. Yet it was with the aim of making an opera for the French on the plan of the Italian opera that Perrin wrote his Pastoral in 1659, for which Combert composed the music. This pastoral in music, called sometimes l'Opéra d'Issy, was performed at Issy, near Paris, with great success. There was present such a crowd of princes, dukes, peers, and marshals of France, that the whole way from Paris to Issy was thronged with their coaches. There was not room in the hall for all who came. Those who could find no place were patient, promenading through the gardens, or holding court on the lawns. By express order of His Majesty Louis XIV, the pastoral was repeated at the Palace of Vincennes. So French opera was inaugurated. Of Combert, who wrote the music, little is known. He had lessons on the harpsichord from Chambonnière, the Nestor of French clavecinists. He was organist at the Church of Saint Honoré, and following the success of the pastoral, he was appointed superintendent of music to Anne of Austria, mother of Louis XIV. For more than 10 years after the pastoral, Perrin and Combert kept relatively silent. There are a few drinking songs by Combert which belong to this time, but the two men rest in obscurity until the first performance of their opera Pomone on the 19th of March 1671 at the tennis court near the Rue Guénégaud. In 1669, Perrin had obtained from Louis XIV the permit to establish throughout the kingdom academies of opera or representations with music in the French language, after the manner of those in Italy. Perrin secured Combert to write the music for these representations, and Pomone, their joint product, is the first opera publicly performed in Paris. A great part of their singers had been recruited from churches in the country, but the success of this first performance was enormous. Only the music of one act has been preserved. It is childish, but at moments may stand favourably by that of Lully. What makes it so heavy to our ears are the long passages of dull, unrhythmical recitative, which, from the point of view of music, are vague and ill-informed. To Combert and Perrin must be given the honour of having established French opera. To them was awarded the first royal warrant to give opera throughout the kingdom. Pomone was an auspicious beginning, but within a year trouble had come between the two men, and Combert's next opera was set to words by another poet, Gilbert, well known in his day. And then, apparently as sequence to the split between Combert and Perrin, Combert was himself deprived of his royal rights. The opera was given into the hands of one sole man, who had long been plotting to acquire it, and Combert departed to England. This one man, Jean-Baptiste Lully, was born in Florence, or near there, in 1633. He had come to Paris when a boy of 12 or 13, in the suite of the Duc de Guise, knowing little of music, save the guitar. He had been a kitchen boy in the service of Mademoiselle de Montpensier, and now, in 1672, was given sole control over opera throughout the kingdom of France. The way in which he won favour with the king shows him to have been an intriguer, and the king to have had little genuine appreciation of music apart from the tunes to which he danced in the court ballets. Lully was at first admitted into the king's band of violins, and later was made head of a special band. Not only was he a ready composer of dances to the king's taste, he was himself a dancer and a mimic. In Molière's comedy ballets to which he was commissioned to compose music, he often acted with much admired skill. As to his treatment of Molière, the less said perhaps the better. He was a skilful manager. He was always ready with some amusement for the court. From the start he played for the royal favour, and he won it. Not only was he given the sole authority to produce operas in France, Combert was even denied the right to produce his as well. Lully had no systematic training as musician, but he learned from all he came in contact with. From Combert, who had written music for the ballets, from Cavalli, who came to Paris with his Xerxes in 1660, and again with Ercole Amante in 1662, to both of which Lully was commissioned to set ballets that they might meet with the requirements of French courtly taste. From 1672, when he gained control of the opera, to his death in 1687, he wrote an opera, a tragédie lyrique, every year. His manner of composing, according to Les Cerfs de la Vieille, 1705, was as follows. He read the libretto until he knew it nearly by heart. He would then sit down at his harpsichord, sing over the words again and again, pounding the harpsichord, his snuff-box at one end of it, the keys dirty and covered with tobacco, for he was very slovenly. When he had finished singing, and had got his songs well in his head, his secretaries, Lalouette or Colas, came, and to them he dictated. The next day he could hardly remember what he had dictated. Lully was a clever, exceedingly intelligent man, a good actor, a good clown, a good dancer, an unscrupulous plotter, an iron disciplinarian. Not only did he write the music to his operas, he superintended and often remodelled the libretti furnished him by Quinault, the poet of his own choosing. He was indefatigably painstaking. He coached the singers even to the way they should enter and leave the stage, and he drilled the orchestra so that it had a precision, the traditions of which endured for more than a century. He was not a great musician. One may believe that he left the filling out of his harmonies to his secretaries, Lalouette and Colas. His airs and his choruses are in the ballet style of the century. Only in recitative did he accomplish anything new. He wrote his operas at the same time Racine was producing many of his most famous tragedies. Racine, who was a master of verse and of declamation. And he modelled his recitative according to Racine's art of declamation. The great law of it is that it shall be syllabic, one syllable to one musical tone. Music is here in strict bondage to words. Les Cerfs says that the recitative, as developed by Lully, is a just mean between tragic declamation and the art of music. According to Lionel de la Laurencie, a comparison of Lully's recitative with the recitative of Carissimi or of Provenzale shows that Lully proceeded to a clearing of the Italian technique, cutting from it all the absurd weeds with the taste for bel canto, and even musical taste in the strict sense had let grow in the garden of melody. We have in the recitative of Lully, then, something that is not music, but a mean between declamation and music. Often stiff and monotonous, it is only rarely impassioned and effective. Always the words, the rhyme, and the verse are of paramount importance. In this regard it was so much to the taste of the French audiences, of the prêcheurs, that Lully's operas came to be valued far more for their recitative than for their airs. The recitative became not an artificial bond between airs and choruses, but the main burden of the opera, as indeed it should be, and in this respect he is a great reformer and akin to Monteverdi on the one hand and Gluck on the other. He is the founder of the admirable French style of declamation. Thus the opera of Lully and the opera of Scarlatti are strikingly different. Both were bound to a strict public convention, but Scarlatti wrote for the bel canto, Lully for declamation. The Italians craved the sensuous beauty of the voice in song and let the drama go. The French demanded intelligent declamation and sacrificed music. Of the two, the French opera was essentially more rational and nearer artistic truth, though even in Lully's lifetime it became wholly stereotyped. And neither form, as it left the hands of its finisher, was capable of further development until infused with new life by a great reformer such as Gluck. To Lully as a musician belongs the credit of having given definite form to his overtures. The so-called French overture, as he established it, was generally in two parts or movements, the first slow and serious, the second lively and in vigorous fugal style. Sometimes a third movement recalling the first was added. These overtures were much admired in their day and during the next century, and the form was adopted by most of the German composers as the first movement of the orchestral suite, and by Handel for overtures to his oratorios. Lully seems to have been most successful in instrumental music of a noble and martial kind. Marches from his operas were actually played for soldiers in the field, and when the Prince of Orange wanted marches for his troops, he had recourse to Lully, who sent him one. All of Lully's airs, and especially his dance tunes, have a simplicity and clearness of outline which secured to them a popularity not forgotten even today. It is music easy to remember, vigorous in rhythm and in sentiment, positive and definite, often poor in harmony and grace, and never subtle, but on the other hand never vague or weak. As far as it goes unfalteringly and with a sureness that challenges respect, and is at times superb. After the death of Lully, early in 1687, French opera subsisted upon what he had left it. There was no man to take over his supreme dictatorship, and until 1723, when Rameau began to write for the stage, no operas of any influence were written in Paris. Conventional form was too strong even for a man like Charpentier, whose musical gifts seems to have been higher than Lully's. Desmarais, Destouches, and Campre are hardly more than imitators of Lully. Lully stands alone in the history of French opera during the 17th century, as absolute a despot in the realm of music as his great patron Louis XIV over the lands of Europe. He won his place by intrigue. He kept it by an enormous strength of will and perseverance and by shrewd observation of the court taste. There was no more genuine critical appreciation of music in France during the gorgeous reign of Louis XIV than there was in Italy, Germany, or England at the same time. According to M. Combarieu, there was no more real public than there were true critics. A few wits writing verses and publishing their dislikes or their flatteries, their naive admiration for banal prowess and virtuosity. The mark of the king is on all music. Music for the king's ballets, for the king's opera, for the king's suppers, for the king's fetes, and above it all the haughty, majestic king. Lully and Racine, Lully and Molière. In salon music, courtly elegance shines in miniature. After the death of Lully, a young man grew into prominence who was to win from the king his own appellation, the Great. François Couperin, He was born of a family of famous musicians in Paris in 1668. From 1693 he was organist to the king in the chapel at Versailles, and in 1696 he was elected organist of Saint-Gervais, a post which has been held for many years by the members of his family, but though he is said to have been an excellent organist, his fame now rests upon his skill in playing and writing for the clavecin. He was private teacher to princes and princesses, to the highest ladies of the land, and never by one note did he offend against the precise and elegant etiquette in the midst of which he was formed. He was an exquisite dainty stylist in music, a painter of delicate miniature portraits. Porcelain is not more fragile than his music, nor crystals of frost clearer cut. There is no suggestion of feeling too deep for elegance. A touch of courtly tenderness, a mood of courtly melancholy are the nadir of his emotion. His little works for the clavecin are masterpieces of form and style. They never suggest the great power of music to express the fire of man's heart and the struggle of his soul. Lacking the daring brilliance of Scarlatti's sonatas, they are nonetheless perfectly suited to the thin, frosty instrument for which they were written. For many years they stood as perfect models of harpsichord style, and their influence can be traced in the works of all its contemporaries, even in those of J.S. Bach. 4 sets of them were printed in 1713, 1717, 1722, and 1730. There are 27 suites, or ordres, each containing a varying number of little pieces, which no longer bear dance names, nor emphasize dance rhythms, but are given suggestive, dainty names after the style of Gautier and Chambonnière. Many of them are portraits of court ladies of the time. La douce et piquante, la majestueuse, l'enchanteresse, l'engageante, la tendrissante, l'ingénue, etc. Others affect the fashionable pastoral romance, such as Les Bergeries, Le Barolet Flottant, La Fleurie, ou La Tendre Nanette. Others are bits of delicate realism, Les Petits Moulins à Vent, Le Carillon de Citerre, etc. And a few have highly coloured names, such as Ferreux Bachique and Les Enjouements Bachiques. Besides these ordres, he published transcriptions of works by Corelli and Lully, which were called Apothèses de Corelli and Apothèses de l'incomparable Lully. In all his work there is an unblemished purity of style, a charm of melody, a delicate sense of harmony. They are all very highly ornamented with trills, mordants, turns, etc., which often sound too heavy on the modern pianoforte, but which were necessary in music for the harpsichord, with its thin tone and lack of all sustaining power. His Art of Playing the Harpsichord, published in 1717, had an enormous influence. A passage of it almost brings Couperin, court clavecinist, before our eyes. These are his directions for having a correct appearance when playing. One should turn the body a little to the right while at the harpsichord. Do not keep the knees too close together, have the feet parallel, but the right foot a little forward. One can easily correct oneself of the habit of making faces while playing by putting a mirror on the desk of the harpsichord. It is much more becoming not to mark time with the head, the body, or the feet. One must affect an easy appearance before the clavecin, without looking too fixedly at any one object, nor on the other hand looking vague. Look at the audience, if there is one, as if one were doing nothing in particular. This for those who play without their notes. Undoubtedly, here is a refinement of art which has never since been equalled, a neatness and precision in every detail, but it brought with it a self-consciousness and a suppression of virile emotion, made of music an exquisite toy, and of the musician a courtier. Couperin's music suffers more by being played on the modern pianoforte than that of his contemporaries Scarlatti, Handel, and Bach. The greater sonority of tone clouds the fragile, perfect workmanship. There is in it no depth of emotion, nor daring brilliance to meet the strength of the new instrument. As music they belong to their time, as works of perfect art they are imperishable. Couperin died in 1733, just as the last and greatest of the French composers of this time, Jean-Philippe Rameau, was about to bring out his first opera, Hippolyte et Aricie. Rameau was 50 years old. His life had been hard and varied. He had been organist in a provincial town. He had published sets of pieces for harpsichord in Paris. He had published in 1722 a treatise on harmony, the first of his many important works on that subject. He had been engaged in writing ballets for the theatre, and made himself a favourite music master among ladies of high rank. At the house of La Pupilinière, he had met Voltaire, and with him had written an opera, Samson, which had been forbidden by the Academy on the eve of its performance. At last, on the 1st of October 1733, Hippolyte et Aricie was produced at the Academy. It brought a storm of abuse upon the composer, who had dared to attempt more than a slavish imitation of Lully. He gradually won some respects, and continued to write operas, among which Castor et Pollux, 1737, commonly considered his masterpiece, achieved a marked and continued success. However, no success would silence his detractors. Rousseau made himself the mouthpiece for those who cried him down, and in 1746, just when he had succeeded in overcoming the violent hostility of the Lullists, a company of Italian singers at the Comédie Italienne won over a half of the Parisian public, so that Rameau found himself engaged in another and yet fiercer struggle as defender and head of French music against the Italian invaders. The malice and brutality of this famous Guerre des Buffons are incredible, but the whole affair points unmistakably to a state of society in which all critical judgment had given way to unenlightened, prejudiced controversy. Rameau won but a temporary victory. After his death in 1764, Italian opera was supreme in Paris until the arrival of Gluck. Rameau's operas are aesthetically different from Lully's. Less skillful than Lully in recitative, he far excels him in genuineness of feeling and in harmony. Rameau was a great musician. His studies in harmony were profound and far-reaching in their effect, and the texture of his music was softened and warmly coloured by a richness of chords and modulation. His works for the harpsichord are not so polished as Couperin's, but are more virile, and the last set, 1736, shows the influence of Scarlatti. What is most striking about him is his independence of court life and convention. Lully was backed by the most powerful monarch in Europe, whose protection assured him success. Rameau had nothing to hope for from the debauched court of Louis XV, in spite of the official royal recognition. He withstood the most venomous attacks alone, and by the courage and power of his own will made himself head and champion of the music of his country. At the end of the 17th century and the beginning of the 18th, Germany was under the influence of the French and of the Italians. In Hamburg there was the nearest approach to a national spirit. Hamburg was one of the most brilliant opera towns, but whereas in Dresden, Berlin, Munich and Vienna, the Italian opera was supreme, and Italian singers and Italian composers held sway. In Hamburg, operas were the few exceptions given in German, and were furnished by German composers. It must be said, however, that most of the composers were strongly under the influence of the Italians or of Lully, and many of the libretti were translations or adaptations of Italian libretti. Chief among the composers stands Reinhard Kaiser, a man of loose principles and luxurious life, but of extraordinary musical facility. Apart from a great deal of sacred music, he wrote not less than 116 operas. It was while he was at the height of his fame that Handel came to Hamburg. At Hamburg also was Johann Mattheson, first of all a singer under Kaiser, then a conductor and composer. But his compositions have all been forgotten, and he is important now only as the writer of Foundations for a German Roll of Honour and The Complete Kapellmeister, both of which are the source of much that is known about German music previous and up to his time. the Roll of Honor is a series of short biographies of German composers. Living composers were asked to write an account of themselves for it. Bach seems to have been invited to do so, and to have declined the invitation. Mattheson is also remembered for his duel with Handel. The most prolific of all composers in Germany was Telemann, friend of Mattheson and Handel, but of his works nothing is remembered. Of more importance is Karl Heinrich Graun, who was head of the Italian opera in Dresden and Berlin, and whose Te Deum, composed after the victory of Frederick the Great at Prague, 1756, and Tod Jesu are still heard. As precursor of Bach in the St. Thomas School in Leipzig, Kuhnau is of interest. He was a staunch musician of the old school, a man of remarkable learning. In the history of German clavier music, he is the most important figure before Bach. His Sonate aus dem B seems to be the first piece of clavier music in 3 movements, not dance tunes. They were published in Leipzig in 1695. In the next year appeared his Fresh Clavier Fruit, or 7 sonatas, and after those his Biblical sonatas, which are surely among the most curious records of music in an age gone by. They are frankly program music. Each sonata consists of a number of little pieces, illustrative of some story from the Bible. There are the story of David and Goliath, the story of Jacob and Leah, the story of Saul and David. It was in imitation of them that Bach wrote his only piece of program music, the Capriccio, on the departure of his brother to the wars. J. Fuchs was from 1698 to 1741 a court composer in Vienna, greatly beloved and admired. He is remembered more as a teacher than as a composer, and his textbook in the form of dialogues, Gradus ad Parnassum, was for a century one of the standard books on composition. In Dresden, the figure of Hasse, the Saxon, becomes prominent after 1731. He was perhaps the most successful opera composer of his day. Probably not a little of his success was due to the glorious singing of his wife, Faustina. Hasse, too, was a friend of Handel and of Bach. Kaiser, Mattheson, Telemann, Graun, Hasse, Kuhnau, and a host of others, all prominent in their day, have been forever obscured by the glory of J.S. Bach and Handel. As we have chosen Purcell, Scarlatti, Corelli, Lully, Couperin, and Rameau to represent what the musical genius of England, Italy, and France was able to build upon the foundation of Italian experiment in the first half of the 17th century, so we must choose Bach and Handel to represent Germany. Germany was a little behind the other nations of Europe to present what the sum of a century was to her. This was partly owing to the destruction of the 30 Years' War, from which she was slow to recover, partly because she had no central capital, like London and Paris, to foster the best of her native genius. Yet all the experiment, all the enthusiasm, all the labour of the 17th century are gathered up in the work of her 2 great sons. All other composers of all other nations are small besides their genius. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Art of Music, Volume 1, The Pre-Classic Periods. Editor-in-Chief, Daniel Gregory Mason. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Jake Malizia. Handel and the Oratorio. In myriad ways, the 17th century had wrought a mighty task. Founding their practice upon the technique acquired by previous generations, its composers had evolved definite styles of composition, both in the polyphonic and the monodic schools. The demand for greater sonority had caused them to exploit the harmonic resources of music more than before. The perfection of instruments and instrumental technique had stimulated melodic invention and rhythmic variety, and this increased technique had in turn been applied to vocal music, which, beginning with Caccini in 1600, had developed a marvellous virtuosity, demanding ever greater means of display. While the old vocal polyphony had largely yielded its sway to the more individualistic art of solo singing, Its technique and ideas were preserved in the instrumental forms of chamber music, which, as we have seen, crystallized during the course of the century. And as the same composers were bound to essay both styles, a union of the two had, in a measure, been effected. In such a period of transition, there was little chance for ultimate perfection. It was an age of innovators rather than masters. Yet the century had produced some great men too. Alessandro Scarlatti and Arcangelo Corelli in Italy, Lully, Rameau and Couperin in France, Schütz, Froberger and Kuhnau were men of no small attainments. Their work had sufficient power and charm to gain acceptance for the new styles and to popularize them. But it remained for another generation to bring forth two men great enough to make them survive through posterity, to give them lasting life. Those two men were Georg Friedrich Handel and Johann Sebastian Bach. It is notable that both came of the same spiritual stock, that of the Thuringian church organists, that contemplative, sequestered school of artists, imbued with a homely philosophy and influenced by the sweet quietude of German domesticity, which wrought for the glory of God and the uplift of the human soul. Handel and Bach were born within 1 month of each other, and within a very short distance, for Eisenach is less than an hour's run from Halle, where Handel saw the light of day, February 23rd, 1685. They were as nearly contemporaries in the literal sense as men can be. Bach died but 9 years before his colleague, but in spirit they were generations removed from one another. Curious as it is that they never in their life met, though well acquainted with each other's work, we may find a psychological explanation for the fact in that Handel represented the spirit and apogee of his age, summing up the achievements of the generations immediately gone before, while Bach, penetrating into the very essence of the music of past ages, evolved from it a new art that should inspire the musicians of generations to come, that should go surging down through the centuries like a mighty everlasting stream from which the genius of composers could draw continuous inspiration without the danger of exhaustion, an art so great that it had to break all the shackles and restrictions of its time and build for itself a new system, create a new language. Who shall say which of the two men had the greater talent? Their difference is one of character, not of degree. Bach, exploring quietly the resources of his own soul, hardly stirred from his narrow surroundings. Handel, of infinite flexibility and adaptability, appropriated every style, every trick, every brilliant effect he heard, imbuing it with new power. Restlessly he roamed to Berlin and Hamburg, to Italy, and finally to England, everywhere sweeping up in his mighty grasp the achievements of men gone before him, indefatigably composing and rousing a wondering world to new enthusiasms. Bach, unmindful of the public taste, retiring, profound, inexorable. Handel constantly trimming his sails to the wind of public favour, achieving success after success, not by new means, but by using those at his command with the full power of genius. From early youth he felt the stirrings of that genius. Before he was 7, indeed, he had taught himself to play upon the harpsichord. Surreptitiously, we are told, for his father, village surgeon at Giebichenstein, near Halle, intent upon the social advancement of his son, was so fearful of his son's developing a non-productive talent that he even refused to send him to school lest he should learn his notes. Well known is the story of how admiring friends smuggled the harpsichord into the garret, where young Georg would delight his heart in the still hours of the night. No less known, also, are the circumstances of his father's journey to the court of Saxe-Weissenfels, where a son, by a former marriage, was valet de chambre to the duke. Young Handel insisted on following the carriage on foot until his father relented and took him to the court, where he came in contact with the duke's musicians and was permitted to play upon the organ. It was at the duke's peremptory advice that the father finally consented to give his boy a musical training. F. W. Zachau, the organist of the Liebfrauenkirche, which raises its tall spires in the marketplace of Halle, where opposite we now behold Handel's monument, became his master. For 3 years he was made to compose a sacred motet every week by way of exercise. When in 1696 Handel was sent on a visit to Berlin, he already astounded musicians like Attilio Ariosti by his powers of improvisation, though the famous Bononcini, who was later to become his bitter rival, seems already to have looked upon the boy with suspicion, for he gave him the difficult test of playing a newly composed fugue at sight, which Handel promptly fulfilled. The Elector of Brandenburg desired to attach him to his court and send him to Italy for further study, but to forestall this he was summoned to return home and again placed in charge of the competent Zachau. In the next year his father died, and, obliged to support himself and his mother, he secured on probation the post of organist at the Dom- und Schlosskirche, at the same time entering the university, that university so closely identified with Protestant theology, as a student. Handel's nature was not one to tolerate the comparative seclusion and retirement of Halle for long. Moreover, it inclined to a style of music less austere than that of the Lutheran Church, so that when echoes of quite a different school, joined to reports of brilliant successes, reached his ears, he gave them ready heed. Such reports came from Hamburg, now the chief stronghold of Italian opera in Germany. In order to explain its existence, we must for a moment turn the reader's mind back to the already related importation of opera into Germany in 1627, and its first exponent there, Heinrich Schütz. This event had been followed by operatic performances, in Italian, at Regensburg, L'Inganno d'Amore by Ferrari, 1653, Vienna, Antonio Draghi's Alcindo and Cloridia, 1655, and Munich, Giulio Riva's Adelaide Regia Principiosa di Susa. But no further attempt at opera in German was made till the appearance at Hamburg of Johann Tyler's Singspiel, Adam und Eva, in 1678. By virtue of this composer's efforts, Hamburg attained the operatic supremacy of Germany. Names now all but forgotten, Johann Furch, Johann Frank, Johann Küsser, were staunch pioneers in the cause of German art at this northern output, though their Germanism no doubt suffered a generous admixture of Italian influence. The same is true of the work of the triumvirate of the Hamburg Opera, Kaiser, Matheson, and Telemann, which held sway there from the early 60s on. The first of these produced no less than 116, and probably more, operas for Hamburg during 1694 to 1734. To him especially the opera house owed its worldwide fame, to his work as impresario perhaps more than as composer, for from Basilius, first performed at Wolfenbüttel in 1693 and the next year in Hamburg, to Circe, his swan song of 40 years after. All the works that were able to arouse enthusiasm in his time are but names to us. Nevertheless, Kaiser may well count as having placed German opera upon a firm foundation. The style of his works, rediscovered in 1810, is more German than that of his colleagues, and, though less remarkable for rhetorical perfection, compares favourably with Lully's in the matter of variety of expression and dramatic truth. Handel had already met Telemann, Kaiser's colleague, who passed through Halle in 1701, and it was not unlikely that he received from that exponent of the operatic style an impulse toward greater melodiousness than he was likely to receive from Zachau. Agostino Steffani, another melodist, also visited Halle in 1703. In the same year we see Handel set out for Hamburg in order to have himself thoroughly made over under the influence of its famous operatic school. He joined the orchestra of Kaiser's opera house as violino ripieno, passing himself off as a novice, but when Kaiser went into hiding from his creditors, Handel promptly took his place at the harpsichord and shone forth as conductor so brilliantly that he was retained upon Kaiser's return. Here he also met Matheson, the brilliant composer and theorist, then slightly older than himself. An anecdote of their early friendship recounts how the two went to Lübeck to apply for an organist's position, but speedily returned when they learned that the new incumbent was obliged to marry his predecessor's daughter. This friendship came to a sudden end when, during a performance of Matheson's Cleopatra, in which the composer was wont to conduct and also to sing the role of Antonio, while Handel substituted at the harpsichord. Upon one occasion the latter stubbornly refused to yield his place, after the supposed death of Antonio, to the resuscitated hero, and a quarrel ensued, resulting in a duel in which it is said that Handel's life was barely saved by the protection afforded by a brass button. It was not long before Handel made his own debut in opera. Both Almira and Nero were produced in 1705. Kaiser's influence is felt in these works. They are distinguished by much of the melodious charm which has saved the favourite Lascia ch'io pianga from oblivion. This rare gem was originally composed as a saraband in one of Handel's early chamber works. Its use in the opera preludes what was to become a common practice with Handel in musical economy. That Kaiser was already jealous of his young rival is evidenced by the fact that he himself reset the libretto of Nero and performed it at the Hamburg Opera in place of Handel's. We may remind the reader at this point that the German opera in Hamburg, despite its many incongruities, was the only opera at that time aiming at dramatic fidelity. Public taste had run to vocalization pure and simple, and singers were the sole arbiters of operatic style. In the Hamburg opera, the recitatives, which fully explained the story, were sung in German, while the arias, in the prevailing florid Italian style, were sung in Italian, as the vernacular was not considered a suitable medium for vocal display. The orchestra was a combination of instruments aiming at quantitative rather than qualitative sonority, the string body consisting of 2 violin parts, and cellos and basses playing in unison, while the woodwind, chiefly oboes and bassoons, usually doubled the string parts. What the effect must have been can be imagined when we consider that in one of Handel's operas he used 26 oboes, while there were but 6 flutes, generally used only as an obbligato instrument. The harmonic basis was furnished, as in the oldest Italian operas, by the figured bass played upon the harpsichord, which formed the centre of the orchestra. 2 other Handel operas were performed at Hamburg during 1705 to 1706, namely Daphne and Florinda. In the latter year we already see him on his way to Italy. In the meantime, however, Handel had essayed another form of composition, then popular in Germany, the Passion Oratorio. The Lutheran Church had adopted from the Catholic the practice of reciting the history of the Passion at Vespers during Holy Week. This had given an opportunity to composers for a peculiarly profound religious expression in music. Heinrich Schütz must be named as the chief representative of Passion music before Bach, though nearly 60 works of similar character have been preserved to us from before his time. The narrative was divided into 3 parts, representing Christ, the evangelist, and the people, which originally had been sung in chorus, but with the rise of monody, the first 2 were chanted by single voices. Except a few introductory words, the entire text was made up of scriptural narrative, but later the beautiful chorale tunes sung by the Lutheran congregation were interspersed by way of reflective comment. This all became so fast-bound a convention that when Kaiser produced his Passion set to the words of Menance at Hamburg in 1704, the Church censured him severely for admitting the chorale element. Entirely original music had been used for the Passion service, however, as early as 1672, by Sebastiani. Handel's Ein kleines Passions-Oratorium, composed in 1704, was arranged from the Gospel of St. John, into which he introduced contemplative airs instead of chorales. The chorus is mostly in 5 parts. The part of Pilate is taken by an alto, Christ by a tenor, and the evangelist by a bass. He introduces a more elaborate accompaniment for the dramatically heightened Ecce Homo passage, while the biblical speeches are set in aria form. There are also duets, and a fugato chorus is sung by the soldiers, casting lots for the vestment. The Passion poems written by Brockes about this time were set to music no less than 30 times between 1712 and 1727, and among the most important of these is one by Handel, written in 1716, while in attendance upon the Elector at Hanover, to which we shall recur later. Suffice it to say that with every new work, such as Kaiser's, the dramatic element becomes more prominent. The meditative portions are now allotted to a definite character, such as Daughter of Zion, or a faithful soul, to be superseded still later by Mary Magdalene, the disciple, the Virgin, etc. It may be said then to approach more nearly to the form of the Oratorio, which, as we have seen in a previous chapter, had been cultivated in Italy by Carissimi and his followers. There, however, it had so nearly developed into the prevailing operatic form that it was distinguished from it only by the lack of scenery. The chorus, after being reduced to mere fragments, finally disappeared, as it had done in the opera. These were the materials from which Handel's genius was later to evolve virtually a new form of art. It is to Italy that Handel now turns his steps. That country had flooded Europe with singers that won the public's heart wherever they appeared, and even the musicians of Germany could not assail their stronghold, reinforced by popular approval. An offer by the Prince Gaston de' Medici in 1705 had been proudly refused by Handel, unwilling to assume the position of a servant. He now undertook the journey at his own expense, and visiting not only Florence, but Rome, Venice, and Naples in turn, composed constantly both secular and sacred music. No less than a dozen solo cantatas, those charming little melodic sketches, miniature operas in a sense, consisting of simple recitative and arioso over a figured bass, were produced at Florence, and upon his return after a short stay in Rome, he produced Rodrigo, his first Italian opera. Its overture shows the influence of Lully, being in the form established by that composer, and forthwith adopted by Handel for all his operas and oratorios. In this case, it closed with a suite of dances, including a gigue, a sarabande, a sailor's dance, a minuet, 2 bourrées, and a passecaille. The elaborateness of the accompaniments to many of the arias gave evidence of Handel's increased appreciation of brilliant orchestral effects. Rodrigo was an unqualified success, which was as real as it may have been surprising to Handel. Agrippina, produced in Venice, whither he went in 1708, appealed so strongly to the audience that at every cessation of the music there were loud cries of "Viva il caro Sassone!" Long live the dear Saxon. This enthusiastic reception of a German composer argues well for the broad judgment of the Italians, whose domination of the European musical world at that time was bitterly resented. But it was not an isolated instance, for 20 years later another German, Johann Adolf Hasse, was similarly honoured, and subsequent instances are frequent down to our present day, when the Italian enthusiasm for Wagner is hardly surpassed in Germany itself. On the other hand, there could have been but little that was strange to the Italian public in Handel's work. All through his Hamburg career he had been influenced by the Italian school. That school had long departed from the ideals of melodic expressiveness and dramatic verisimilitude, and was now given over to prescribed conventions made for the benefit of the performer. It had become simply a string of set arias and recitatives, alternated in such a way as to provide the desired variety of the vocal exhibition. These rules, as summarized by Rockstro, exacted that there must always be 6 principal characters, 3 of each sex. The first woman must be a high soprano, the first man an artificial soprano, though he is the hero of the piece. The second man and the second woman might be either sopranos or contraltos. The third man sometimes was a tenor, and a bass would be included only when 4 men were in the cast. In each act, all the principal singers had to sing at least one of the arias, all of which were in the conventional da capo forms. These were the aria cantabile, aria di portamento, aria di mezzo, carattere, aria parlante, and aria di bravura. There had to be always a duet for the leading man and woman, and an ensemble, coro, of all the leading singers at the end. These limitations are sufficient explanation for the hopeless oblivion into which the operas of this period, including Handel's, have descended. Even of the individual arias, only a few are such as to interest or charm the modern listener. A few melodic gems, like Lascia ch'io pianga, Mio cara bene, and 2 or 3 more, are the sum total that is of value in all this tremendous bulk of operatic works which occupied the greater part of Handel's life. Posterity's verdict is just in these matters, nor need we feel any sense of regret at the loss when we consider the astounding rapidity with which these compositions were ground out. Agrippina had been completed within 3 weeks, and that the technique acquired in their writing must have yielded richer fruit in those works which remain as the master's monument. Hence we need pass but rapidly over the list of operas, serenata, and oratorios composed by Handel during this period. All of them lie within the domain of Italian influence. He never attempted to develop the form further or reform it in any way. But, as we shall see later, he used it as the starting point for the new Handelian oratorio, which was the outstanding creation of his genius. The one important fact of Handel's Italian period is the influence he received from the composers of that country. While there he met Alessandro and Domenico Scarlatti, Lutti, Marcello, Pasquini, Corelli, and Steffani, whom he already knew and who befriended him. In the genial circle of the Arcadian Academy, in the homes of the music-loving Marquis Ruspoli and the talented Cardinal Ottoboni in Rome, he absorbed Italian ideals and acquired Italian technique. In Rome, where the performance of opera was forbidden by ecclesiastical authority, he composed Il Trionfo del Tempo e del Disegnano, which he afterward made over into an English oratorio entitled The Triumph of Time and Truth, and another serenata, Acci, Galatea e Polifemo, really a cantata for 3 voices with orchestra, was written in Naples. This work, however, has no connection with the work of a similar name which belongs to a later period. Agrippina, the opera mentioned above, did service in furnishing melodies for an oratorio, La Resurrezione, at once an outstanding instance of Handel's transition from opera to oratorio, and of his somewhat ruthless practice of using musical material for widely varying purposes. The use of Agrippina's air, both words and music, for the character of Mary Magdalene, is little calculated to recommend Handel's early works for devotional expression. But it surpassed in dramatic intensity anything in that form produced so far, for with the Italian melodic suavity, Handel combined from the first the rich harmonic sonority peculiar to the Germans, so happily fusing the old polyphonic and new monodic ideals that many of his early works already bear, as Riemann says, the stamp of classicism. It is interesting to note, however, that in Resurrezione, Handel makes such scant use of his contrapuntal powers that we find but 2 brief choruses in the entire work. It is an open question whether this oratorio was originally intended for presentation in a theatre, or, minus all action, in a church, nor is it known whether or not it was ever publicly performed. After a stay of almost 5 years, Handel prepared to return to Germany, for through the good offices of Steffani, who held the post of Kapellmeister to the Duke of Hanover, Handel secured that position as Steffani's successor in 1710. As he had, however, already had several invitations to go to London, then the great stronghold of Italian opera, he accepted his new post only on condition that he might visit that metropolis. He did so in the same year, and was so occupied and so carried away with success that he remained 6 months. As this is practically the beginning of Handel's English period, we may preface it by a few remarks upon the state of music in England at that time. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Art of Music, Volume 1, The Pre-Classic Periods. Editor-in-Chief Daniel Gregory Mason. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Jake Malizia. Following the death of Henry Purcell in 1695, who had produced 39 English operas, or half-operas as Chrysander calls them, since they consisted of drama interspersed with musical scenes. Music in England had for several years been confined to vocal and instrumental concerts and comic singing and dancing entertainments. Thus the beautiful seed of Purcell's genius had fallen upon barren ground. The promise of an English school of opera which seemed to lie in his work remained unfulfilled. Taste had degenerated to such a degree that the time was ripe for the successful introduction of Italian opera, the exotic and irrational entertainment which Johnson made the subject of his caustic censure. Beginning with 1705, the Drury Lane Theatre, and later the Haymarket, became the scenes of triumph for Italian singers, displaying their art in the degenerate works of their countrymen. With the production of Thamyris, Queen of Scythia, in which airs of Scarlatti and Bononcini were used in arrangements by John Pepys, there came into vogue that confusion of tongues which Addison ridiculed in The Spectator. After commenting upon the rhetorical absurdities of the erstwhile translations, he says, "The next step to our refinement was the introducing of Italian actors into our opera, who sung their parts in their own language, at the same time that our countrymen performed theirs in our native tongue. The king or hero of the play generally spoke in Italian, and his slaves answered him in English. The lover frequently made his court, and gained the heart of his princess in a language which she did not understand. One would have thought it very difficult to have carried on dialogues after this manner, without an interpreter between the persons that conversed together, but this was the state of the English stage for about 3 years. At length the audience grew tired of understanding half the opera, and therefore, to ease themselves entirely of the fatigue of thinking, have so ordered it at present that the whole opera is performed in an unknown tongue. We no longer understand the language of our own stage, insomuch that I have often been afraid when I have seen our Italian performers chattering in the vehemence of action, that they have been calling us names and abusing us among themselves." A little further on he says, "At present our notions of music are so very uncertain that we do not know what it is we like, only, in general, we are transported with anything that is not English, so it be of a foreign growth. Let it be Italian, French, or High Dutch, it is the same thing. In short, our English music is quite rooted out, and nothing yet planted in its stead." This was indeed the state of things when Handel settled in London. No wonder then that Rinaldo, composed by him in the space of 2 weeks, to the words of Aaron Hill, the director of the Haymarket Theatre, was a tremendous success. The popularity of the music was such that the stirring march occurring in the score was adapted by the Life Guards as their regimental march to be used for nearly half a century thereafter. But we are prone to think that the public's enthusiasm was at least equally due to the vocal pyrotechnics of Niccolini Grimaldi, who, as Rinaldo, electrified his hearers in Cara Sposa and many other splendid arias, and the gorgeous staging which presented among other things a garden filled with live birds. Rinaldo held the boards of the Haymarket for 15 consecutive nights, and was afterward revived in Hamburg and Naples. When Handel returned to Hanover at the close of the opera season, his taste for the duties of Kapellmeister had evidently been spoiled by his English experience, for he soon applied for and received permission for a second visit, on condition that he return within a reasonable time. He went there in November 1712, and produced another opera, Il Pastor Fido, which was not so successful. He was as much admired in other directions, however, as, for instance, when he would play the closing voluntaries at St. Paul's Cathedral, upon the invitation of the organist, Maurice Green, who, it is said, even volunteered to blow the organ so that he might hear Handel play. Meantime, Handel showed no intention to return to Hanover. Upon the conclusion of the Peace of Utrecht, March 31st, 1713, he was commanded to write music for its celebration by Queen Anne, for whom he had already written a birthday ode in February of the same year. The Te Deum and Jubilate, largely based on Purcell's composition of that name, which is still being annually performed at St. Paul's, was the result, and he was rewarded by the Queen with a life annuity of £200. He had not yet made up his mind to end his somewhat prolonged leave of absence when his patron appeared in London as George I of England, for in the meantime Queen Anne had died and the Hanoverian dynasty was brought in by the Whigs, to whom the Peace of Utrecht and Queen Anne, both sources of Handel's favour, were most obnoxious. Naturally, Handel was now in disfavour at court, but through the good offices of his friend, the Baron Kielmansegger, matters were adjusted in this wise. Handel was persuaded to compose a series of short instrumental pieces to be played in a barge following the king during a nocturnal excursion upon the Thames. This water music so pleased the king that he inquired as to its composer, and finding that he was none other than his former Kapellmeister, demanded him into his presence to bestow upon him a pension equal to that which he had received from Queen Anne. His engagement as music master to the daughter of the Prince of Wales soon brought his income up to £600. In 1716 he accompanied the king on a visit to Hanover, and there composed his famous Barockisches Passion, Der für die Sünden der Welt gemarterte und sterbende Jesus. Further impetus for the composition of sacred music came to Handel through his appointment as chapel master to the wealthy Duke of Chandos, who, living in extraordinarily magnificent style at his palace, Canons, in Edgware, where he had built a private chapel after the Italian manner. With a splendid organ, good singers, and competent orchestra at his command, Handel was in a position to furnish fittingly magnificent music. Here he composed 2 Te Deums and the 12 Chandos anthems set for chorus and solos after the style developed since Purcell, in which we may see the root form of the English Oratorio soon to follow. The first of these, indeed, followed soon after. It was the setting of a text by Humphrey, arranged from Racine's Esther. Much of the music was taken from his earlier Passion, though its former use was radically different. After its original performance at Canons in August 1720, when the Duke made Handel a present of £1,000 as a token of his appreciation, Esther was performed several times in public. The Serenata, Acis and Galatea, also belongs to the Chandos period, which was the stepping stone to Handel's final and greatest musician, the creation of Oratorio. First, however, we must briefly review the remainder of his operatic career. The Royal Academy of Music, formed for the production of Italian opera, engaged Handel's services in 1719, as well as those of the celebrated Bononcini, who now also took up his residence in London. As impresario, Handel visited Dresden, where Italian opera flourished, in order to secure a first-class company of singers, among whom were the famous male sopranos Senesino and Berselli, and Signora Salvai. Radamisto was the first opera of Handel's to be performed. It created a sensation which was without precedent in England. It is difficult for us to comprehend the success of this work, dead as it is today. Nevertheless, the applause was tremendous, the theatre was packed to the doors, and persons were finally allowed to sit on the stage. The critics considered it superior to anything yet seen on an English stage, and Handel himself considered one of its arias, Ombra Cara, the best he had ever composed. Whatever our opinion today, there is no question that many of the 40-odd operas of which Radamisto was the first were far superior to those of any of his contemporaries. Indeed, his star shone so brightly that it dimmed the light of every other upon the operatic firmament of Europe. 2 of the operas, Rinaldo and Radamisto, deserve special mention for breadth of conception as well as intrinsic musical value. In these 2, Handel has reached at least a degree of dramatic power. He has treated with consummate skill the various sources and degrees of human passion, and led his audience into a carefully woven web in which they became partakers in the subtleties of anxiety, joy, anger, and pathos. The remaining 40 or so we may dismiss with a mere mention. Floridante, 1721, Ottone, 1723, Flavio, 1723, Giulio Cesare Tamerlano, 1724, Alessandro, 1726, Riccardo I, Re d'Inghilterra, 1726, all produced at the Royal Academy, are simply names to us. They have today not even a historical significance. Of interest because of the story connected with it is Muzio Scevola, in which the third act was written by Handel, the other two being supplied by his rivals Ariosti and Bononcini. Ariosti naturally was out of the running, but the acts by Bononcini and Handel, both of whom had hosts of partisans, now became the subject of a heated and general controversy which caught the entire English society in its whirl. The affair reminds of the war of Gluckists and Piccinists, which at a later period set all Paris aflutter. But while in that case a general principle was at stake, the personal merits of the two composers were the only issue here. The triviality of the discussion is reflected in the contemporary verse of John Byron, the Lancashire poet. Some say, compared to Bononcini, that mine Herr Handel's but a ninny. Others aver that he to Handel is merely fit to hold a candle. Strange all this difference should be, twixt Tweedledum and Tweedledee. The public soon surfeited of this affair, and indeed of Italian opera altogether. The Academy became defunct in 1728. But Handel stubbornly held out. He formed a partnership with Heidegger, the manager of the Haymarket, risked his all, and, with mad industry, continued to supply an imaginary demand. Late in that year he hurried to Italy, stopping at Halle to visit his old mother, now stricken with blindness on the way, and incidentally came to know the Neapolitan school of opera at its apogee under Scarlatti. He returned to London with a fresh personnel for the Academy, and during the following 4 seasons produced L'Oratorio, 1729, Partenope, 1730, Porro and Ezio, 1731, Sorsarme and Orlando, 1732. Here the venture lagged. Bononcini's open rivalry in another theatre aggravated the situation, and various dissatisfactions, squabbles with singers, etc., which need not occupy us here, resulted in the dissolution of the partnership and the evacuation of the field in the enemy's favour. After a second trip to Italy, another attempt was made by Handel alone, in a theatre in Lincoln's Inn Fields, and later in Covent Garden, where besides a new version of Il Pastor Fido, Terpsichore, and 6 more operas, he produced Alexander's Feast, composed to the words of Dryden's Ode. During 1735 and 1736, Handel was troubled with illness. The following year saw him bankrupt. Cuzzoni and Faustina, the wife of Hasse, those rivals whom Handel had propitiated by diplomatically composing music for both in one opera that should show their several excellencies without outshining each other. Senesino, the spoiled child of the London public, by offending whom Handel had alienated his aristocratic friends. The wonderful Farinelli and all the Italian crew left England in disgust. Handel himself, worn out by renewed efforts as composer and impresario, was forced to seek recuperation in Aix-la-Chapelle. After his return he made several more feeble essays at opera, of which Imeneo, 1740, and Deidamia, 1741, were the last. The failure of the last years was in a measure offset by the success of a benefit concert given in 1738 at the instance of loyal friends. Moreover, the fact that Handel's statue was erected in Vauxhall Gardens at this time, an unprecedented honour for a living man, betokened the higher popular regard for his genius. The glories of that genius were in fact yet to be unfolded in their fullness, and in a field hitherto barely touched. Thoroughly chastened by his late failures, Handel gradually reached the conclusion that sacred music was best for a man in failing years. Chrysander describes how, toward the end of his operatic activity, he began to comprehend his true mission to be the union of the entire musical art, secular and ecclesiastic, of the preceding centuries in the form newly created by him, the oratorio. Whether we are sceptical about the sincerity of Handel's philosophy or not, he certainly had had ample opportunity to feel the public's pulse. As early as 1732, Aaron Hill had written him urging that the English language was soft enough for opera and that it was time the country were delivered from Italian bondage. That which now fastened Handel's attention upon the oratorio was more than anything else the changing taste of the English public, which primarily meant nothing but a demand for opera in English, a reaction against the incomprehensible Italian warble and the falseness, the dramatic absurdity of the prevalent school of opera. Footnote: we may remind the reader of the valiant efforts made by Dr. Pepusch and other Anglo-Germans against the English public's absolute surrender to the Italian opera and Italian monody, holding out for the more serious contrapuntal music of the 16th century and for the use of the native tongue. The immense success of Gay's Beggar's Opera in 1728 was another proof of this demand for a native popular entertainment. End of footnote. As we have already pointed out, the immediate source of the Handelian oratorio lay in the Italian opera. Though externally the course of Handel's career till 1740 was determined by the composition of opera, says Riemann, in retrospect it appears as a preparation for oratorio, and all his activities resolved themselves into that. His previous essays in Italian and in German oratorio, La Resurrezione and the Brocker's Passion, would seem to portend a fusion of the two forms. Another important ingredient, however, was the sacred music of Purcell, the imitation of which, in Queen Anne's Birthday Ode, the Utrecht Te Deum, etc., had led Handel to form a style of choral composition. For the outstanding difference, the distinguishing characteristic of Handel's oratorio is the essential employment of the chorus, which rises to ever greater eminence, till at last, in the crowning works of the master, in the Messiah and in Samson, we see a grand choral drama interspersed with occasional solo passages. Handel had by that time conceived a choral fabric of such stupendous dimensions as would give the oratorio a place among the grandest art forms in existence. The Chandos, Te Deums, and anthems were the next step in that direction, and Esther represents the foundation upon which the gigantic structure of the later works was raised. It was Esther, indeed, which gave the direct impulse to the most momentous transition in Handel's career. That oratorio, originally composed for the chapel of the Duke of Chandos, was revived with action, scenery, and costume by the children of the Chapel Royal in Westminster. It was twice repeated in a tavern in the Strand, and again performed without authority in April 1732 at the Great Room in Villas Street, York Buildings, at 5 shillings a head. Always alive to business advantages, Handel immediately announced a performance of it at his own opera house for the 2nd of May, by a great number of voices and instruments. The acting of sacred oratorio had been forbidden by the bishop, hence the advertisement said that there would be no acting, but the house will be fitted up in a decent manner for the audience. Handel had enlarged for this occasion the choruses and the orchestration, which now consisted of 5 violins, viola, cello, double bass, 2 oboes, 2 flutes, 2 bassoons, harp, theorbo, harpsichord, and organ, a combination which appears surprisingly modern in comparison with the freak proportions of some of the earlier operas. The unusual success of the experiment was no doubt responsible for the next effort of this kind, namely Deborah, performed in 1733, at double prices, which circumstance militated against large audiences and fanned the flame of opposition then raging about Handel. In the same year Atalia was produced in Oxford, in which Handel came very near the form of the German chorale cantata. Deborah and Esther were also revived there with success. In Esther we divine the spark of Handel's future greatness. In other works too there are isolated numbers that touch the high water mark of beauty, but in the whole of any of these there is little unity. The single numbers do not hang together. The whole scheme does not suggest homogeneity of conception or convey the poignant religious feeling, the purposeful intensity of the later works. With these qualities we meet for the first time in Saul, composed in 1738. This, says the admiring Rockstro, surpasses even the finest scenes presented in either of the three earlier works. And then he enthusiastically points to the Song of Triumph in the first act, with its picturesque carillon accompaniment, marking out each successive step in the procession, while the jealous monarch bursts with envy, the wailing notes of the oboes and bassoons in the witch's incantation, the gloomy pomp of the terrible Dead March, and the tender pathos of David's own personal sorrow, so clearly distinguished from that felt by the nation at large as some of its dramatic virtues. Israel in Egypt, Handel's next work, is, besides the Messiah, the only purely epic oratorio in which the chorus becomes the protagonist of the drama, and we are inclined to consider these two the greatest of all. That it was in advance of the public taste of the period is indicated by the poor reception accorded to Israel upon its first performance in 1740. It was considered so heavy that it had to be performed the second time with interpolated songs to lighten it up. Despite the fact that it was put together in a total of 17 days, that it consists to a large extent of the work of other men, 16 of the 39 numbers are plagiarized, and that it represents another instance of Handel's peculiar handicraft in reutilizing his own creations, it exhibits qualities which hardly any other of his works possesses in so great a measure. Instead of the stereotyped harmonic structure of dominant tonic, subdominant tonic, which stamps so much of his work as tedious and antiquated, we have here rich chromatic progressions and colourful modulations. The clear-cut note-for-note harmony is varied by a seething polyphonic web, which eloquently betrays Handel's early fugal training, a polyphony as diverse almost as that of the a cappella masters of the past, but resting firmly on a pure harmonic foundation, euphonious, sonorous, guided by solid laws of progression, but unrestrained in its freedom of movement. The chorus, "They loathed to drink," adapted from one of his own organ fugues, is a fine example. It is in moments like these that Handel shows his kinship to his great countryman, Bach. The colossal double choruses, in which every resource of vocal polyphony and harmonic power seems exhausted, are the most noted features of Israel in Egypt. Handel's reprehensible practice of appropriating the compositions of other and often obscure composers has been much discussed. To a modern artistic conscience, there is no excuse for such wholesale theft. How far it was justified by usage we are not able now to determine. At any rate, we are surprised at the absence of protest on the part of the composers of the pilfered works. It is true that by utilizing their material, Handel often saved such compositions from certain oblivion, and that in handling it his masterful touch was such as to sanctify even dross. Moreover, the original parts are usually far superior to the appropriative ones. The only plausible explanation for the procedure can be found in the feverish haste with which he produced piece after piece, which would indicate an extraordinary rapacity for success, and probably material gain, an unsympathetic trait of character unfortunately associated with others as repugnant. In Israel, a Stradella serenata furnished the material for He Speaketh the Word, But As for His People, and Believed the Lord. The antiphonal effect desired by Handel was most conveniently provided by the two orchestras in Stradella's work, which represent the two rival parties of musicians serenading the lover's mistress. The Lord is a man of war represents a most ingenious form of plagiarism, for the voice parts are taken from a work by Erba, but the accompaniment figure is from Urio's Te Deum. Such artful utilizations and welding of foreign materials into a homogeneous and impressively artistic whole reveal Handel as the master workman of his time. Many other instances could be cited, but we content ourselves with the pleasant one as disposing of the matter. Without question, the pinnacle of Handel's creative mission was reached with the next oratorio, the Messiah, on which perhaps more than all the other works taken together rests Handel's place in the heart of modern music lovers. That monumental work was produced between August 22nd and September 14th, 1741, a period of 24 days. The compiler of the libretto was Charles Jennens. the quality of whose other literary performances have cast considerable doubt upon his claim to the origination of the altogether admirable plan. His comment on Handel's setting throws light on his conceited nature as well as upon the firm independence of the composer. "He has made a fine entertainment of it," says Jennens, "though not near so good as he might and ought to have done. I have with great difficulty made him correct some of the present faults, but he retained the overture obstinately, in which there are some passages far unworthy of Handel, but much more unworthy of the Messiah." Posterity has decreed otherwise with respect to the comparative merits of book and music. At any rate, the former is well nigh ideal in the unity of thought and intensive continuity with which the story of the Saviour's life is unfolded from the prophecy to the last things. We have called the Messiah an epic oratorio. As there is, as Schering says, but a series of contemplative choruses, arias, and recitatives on the Messiah idea, its psychological connection with the German cantata is much closer than with the Italian oratorio. As we have observed, Handel had been getting away more and more from the operatic style, both because of its form and because scriptural words only are used in it. We may, with Riemann, consider it as one great anthem. The work is too well known to require extended comment. Let us only remind the reader of the exquisite beauty of such lyric passages as "I know that my Redeemer liveth," "How beautiful are the feet," and "Behold and see," which are among the rarest gems of aria form in our possession. Powerful and passionate expressions such as occur in "The people that walked in darkness" are as rare in the literature of dramatic music, while the highly dramatic recitatives like "Thy rebuke hath broken" are without question one of the completest realizations of the ideal of Peri and Monteverdi. The glorious choral effects in the Hallelujah chorus, the stirring polyphony, now simultaneous, now imitative, reflect a potency and spiritual elevation that will perhaps never be surpassed. Lastly, let us not forget the beautiful pastoral symphony in which the exquisite Calabrian melody, the song of the Pifferari that Handel had heard in the early days at Rome, is introduced. The Messiah was first performed on April 13th, 1742, in Dublin, whither Handel had gone upon the invitation of the Duke of Devonshire, Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. It was given for the benefit of a charitable society, and was well received. When in March of the following year it was performed in London, the audience, including the King, was so affected by the Hallelujah chorus that at the words, "For the Lord God omnipotent reigneth," it instinctively rose. Thus it has remained customary in England for audiences to stand during the performance of that number. A number of other oratorios followed in regular succession: Samson in 1741, Joseph in 1743, Semele in 1744, and Belshazzar and Hercules in 1744. After an 18 months period of inactivity following another financial crisis, came the occasional oratorio, thus named, according to Chrysander, because its creation and performances were occasioned by peculiar passing circumstances, and Judas Maccabeus and Joshua, 1747, Solomon, 1748, Susanna, 1748, and Theodora, 1749. By this time the excessive popularity of oratorio had waned also, and Theodora was so poorly attended that Handel remarked bitterly that the Jews, who had patronized his oratorios on Hebraic subjects quite largely, would not come because the subject was Christian, and the ladies stayed away because it was virtuous. Considering the notorious state of Harry Walpole's society, we may better understand this jest. The choice of Hercules, a secular oratorio, 1750, and Jephthah, composed in 1751, and performed in the following year, closed the series. During this time, Handel was afflicted with a disease, which eventually robbed him of his sight. 3 operations for cataract were of no avail, and he remained blind, or nearly so, for the remainder of his life. It is a curious coincidence that Bach at the end of his life suffered a similar fate. Nevertheless, he laboured on. The practice of playing organ concertos between the parts of his oratorios, which was a regular custom with him, he continued. Probably now they were purely improvisations, as indeed they had been with few exceptions theretofore. Those which he wrote down seem to have answered the purpose merely of providing material at times when inspiration lagged. Handel's instrumental music is, like Bach's, based on the solid German fugal technique, but unlike that master's, it is strongly influenced by Italian violin music, and especially by that of Corelli. It is characterized by distinguished simplicity, clearness of outline, and terseness of utterance. By virtue of their broad thematic formation and the direct force of their expression, his violin sonatas, trio sonatas, and concerti grossi are superior to those of Corelli. He wrote also a number of pieces for harpsichord, and as early as 1720 had published Lessons for the Harpsichord, which was reprinted in Germany, France, Switzerland, and Holland. Before 1740, he composed no less than 12 sonatas for the violin or flute with figured bass, 13 trio sonatas for 2 violins, oboes or flutes, and bass, 6 concerti grossi, known as the oboe concerti, and 5 other orchestral concerti, 20 organ concerti, 12 concerti for strings, and many suites, fantasies, and fugues for piano and organ. But it is not evident that he attached great importance to his instrumental works. He regarded them rather as great storehouses of material upon which he drew, as we have seen, at will for his larger vocal compositions. The last of Handel's labours were the production of the English version of The Triumph of Time and Truth, originally composed in 1708, at Covent Garden in 1757, and the conducting of the annual performance of the Messiah at the Foundling Hospital in London. This charitable labour, as well as his support for the Fund for Helpless Musicians and other acts of benevolence, betokens Handel's generosity. He attended another performance of his most popular oratorio at Covent Garden, April 6, 1759, 8 days before his death, which occurred at his house in Brook Street on the 14th of that month. The master was buried in Westminster Abbey, among the nation's great. Englishmen may well claim him as one of their own, notwithstanding his German birth and parentage, but not only had he become a naturalized British subject in 1726, but he had entered thoroughly into the spirit of British society, and adapted himself to its habits of mind. Throughout its later period, his career was closely identified with the British Crown. Upon taking the oath of allegiance, he became officially composer to the court. As such, upon the coronation of George II in 1727, he composed 4 great anthems for the occasion, and conducted an exceptionally large orchestra in which a double bassoon, constructed under Handel's supervision, was used for the first time. Again in 1737 he wrote a deeply affecting mourning anthem for the burial of Queen Caroline, and altogether he came to share, in an unusual degree, the patriotic veneration of the English people. Moreover, his ideals were in a large measure shaped by English public opinion. It is doubtful indeed whether his work would ever have attained its great lasting value had it not been turned away from the channels of Italian opera by the sheer force of popular taste. What his genius would have brought forth, had he, like Bach, remained within the local sphere of his birthplace, is an interesting speculation. Handel's fame increased steadily until the time of his death. Though the opposition against him had lost much of its force, it was a more or less constant irritation and embarrassment to him till late in his life. His own character, his irascible temper, and his stubbornness no doubt were in a measure responsible for this. But men who are aggressive and successful not uncommonly incur the wrath of jealous rivals, and few men have been as successful as Handel, notwithstanding his repeated failures. He was a big man, built on a large scale both mentally and physically. He rose to heights rarely attained by men of his profession, and it was inevitable that his pride should sometimes go to the length of arrogance. Many are the anecdotes testifying to his tyrannical nature, his ruthless manners, his ponderous pomposity, and his abnormal appetite. Some of all that is reflected in his work. We often hear the vain, self-sufficient bore through the interminable roulades and runs, the ponderous chords, the diatonic sonorities of his scores. On the other hand, the man of the world, the successful courtier, the shrewd homme d'affaires shines through. As Maitland says, studying all but a few exceptionally inspired pages of his works, we remain conscious of the full-bottomed wig, the lace ruffles, and all the various details of his costume. But those 2 pages are enough to place him among the greatest of the great. If we can justly say that he sums up the achievement of his own generation of music, as far as it corresponds to the taste of the period, it must not be thought that he passed nothing on to the next. The Oratorio, his special gift to the world, will always remain inseparably connected with his name. He had left nothing but his inspired works in that form to serve as models for posterity. His claim to immortality would be assured. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Art of Music Volume 1, The Pre-Classic Periods. Editor-in-Chief, Daniel Gregory Mason. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Jake Malizia. Johann Sebastian Bach. That Bach lived at a time when the musical public was opera mad, when the Italian singers were dictators, when the grace and ease of Italian melody were bewitching and relaxing all music, yet that he himself never wrote for the stage, nor ever surrendered in spirit to the force of the new movement, inevitably obscures and misrepresents his relation to the past and present of his day. By the peculiar nature of his genius, which has filled his music with a seemingly forever unweakening power to stimulate, because of its perhaps unmatched greatness, he will always stand a little above and apart from other composers, and will appear unlinked in the slow development of music. Mozart, Beethoven, Mendelssohn, Schumann, Wagner, Brahms, even the greatest and most original composers of the present age, all have hailed him as the father of modern music, have drawn inspiration and knowledge from him as from an inexhaustible source, and this unfailing tribute and dependence from nearly all subsequent composers has helped to fix our conception of him as the source and ultimate scope of music. His gift of expression was indeed all-comprehending, if not infinite. The freshness of his music has been judged immortal. He partakes of the superhuman. He seems perfection. Yet one has but to look through the eyes of devoted historians to see a man human and simple, straightforward, stubborn, sometimes quarrelsome, quite independent, even defiant, and an artist standing as firmly rooted as an oak in the work of his predecessors, thoroughly awake to the music of his day, and drawing in his own fashion many of the features which marked it. Like Beethoven, he invented no new forms, but took the forms at hand, property common to all composers of his day, and by his most uncommon genius gave the touches which transformed them into monuments of imperishable beauty and perfection. But, more than in the case of Beethoven, it was the quality of his own imagination which gave to these forms their first and last glory. There are symphonies of Haydn and Mozart, written 10 or a dozen years before Beethoven wrote his first symphony, which we can hardly believe will ever lose their hold upon the public, which seem destined to immortal life, for which no apology of time nor circumstance need ever be made. But before Bach there are no fugues, no suites, no cantatas, no settings of the passion for which such apologies are not necessary, which must not henceforth conceal the defect or weakness in the respectable toga of antiquity. This distinction, of course, offers no ground for a comparison of the two men. It is the result of circumstance, of accident. The 17th century, of which Bach and Handel were the two great results, was a period of experiment fraught with more tentativeness and uncertainty than have ever since hindered composers. We need only recall how, before the beginning of that very century, which was to prove the most fruitful of all in the long history of music, the vocal art of polyphony, the consummation of a century of effort, had been shattered into various parts, each of which had almost to begin life anew, to mould itself to strange needs and surroundings. how the invention of opera had smashed down the last restraining barrier of medieval scholasticism and let loose 1,000 restless composers to wander at will in lands hitherto all but undreamed of. The improvement of the organ and of other instruments, the perfection of the violin had yet to come. The principles of form which should give music a foundation apart from that of a text were yet to be discovered. The modern art of harmony was to develop from the seed, and the vigour of rhythm to be accepted little by little into the constitution of serious music. Music was still either old-fashioned or weak, or unsettled to the very day of Bach and Handel. Through them it emerged from its period of probation and experiment, splendid and secure. They therefore appear to the later eye in the glory of creators, and especially Bach, because for all the vast number and proportions of his choral works, he is fundamentally an instrumental composer, and instrumental music was the greatest bequest of the 17th century to the future of music. Only one branch of music had developed relatively independently of the Italian influence, music for the organ. Though this, as we have seen, was given its first impetus by Italian composers, it had grown to its fuller proportions among the Germans, of whom mention has been made in a previous chapter. By the time of Bach, organs were well-made and effective instruments. A line of virtuosi in both North and South Germany had developed an astonishing technique, and certain fairly definite types of composition had been established. Of these, the toccata, the fugue, and the chorale fantasy, or chorale prelude, received the most attention. The toccata was primarily a piece for display, and was looser in structure than the others. Series of brilliant runs, scales, and arpeggios over a foundation of rich and varied chords formed the most general and characteristic features, with which were alternated, for effect of contrast, passages of slow-moving harmony and thematic significance. The fugue was a piece of music developed contrapuntally throughout from a definite subject and counter-subjects, the direct outcome of the old imitative polyphonic music of the later Netherland masters. Both toccatas and fugues were treated with great skill and ingenious variety by Bach's predecessors, Buxtehude, Reinken, Böhm, Pachelbel, and others. But none of these organists succeeded in giving to either form the perfect balance and proportion, the organic unity, the architectonic grandeur, the definitive outline and shape wherewith Bach wrought them into enduring masterpieces. The same is true of the chorale fantasies and preludes. 3 distinct types had come into being before the activity of Bach, one dignified and smooth, consisting actually of several short fugues upon sections of the chorale melody, lacking therefore breadth and power. One singing and serene, in which the flowing melody was set above or below an intricate contrapuntal web. And one in which, in the fiery words of Albert Schweitzer, the chorale melody was torn in fragments and tossed into a rushing torrent of virtuosity. The first of these forms was disjunct, the second lacked variety, the third was out of keeping with the simplicity and noble dignity of the chorale. It was Bach who united what was best in all 3 into a type of prelude which, inspired by the very spirit of the chorale melody, was built up out of the range of organ technique into a structure of faultless proportion. In the department of organ music, therefore, Bach seized upon the materials gathered for his use by men who had gone before, and, for the first time, made of them perfect temples. He was not misled by experiment. He did not falter through lack of power to sustain. He worked with absolute sureness and with the instinct of only the highest genius for perfect form. In other instrumental music, in suites for clavier, for violin, for violoncello, for orchestra, in sonatas and concertos, he found forms already perfected. Nor can it be said that he did anything to develop or refine the styles suitable for these instruments, since his own style was unmistakably influenced by the organ, and is sometimes heavy in comparison with Couperin's, with Domenico Scarlatti's, with Corelli's, and Vivaldi's. To these branches of music he brought a richness of feeling, an emotional depth and warmth too, which hitherto had not been expressed in music. Nearly every emotion worthy of expression in music is to be met with in, for example, the well-tempered clavichord. On the one hand, liveliness, wit, gaiety. On the other, melancholy, deep sadness, religious exaltation, the lightest, the most serious shades of feeling, the most vivid and the most subdued expression. Thus the equable, cool forms of Corelli, so justly proportioned between grace and calm emotion, the scintillating sonatas of Domenico Scarlatti, become suffused with a new, a real, personal life, and are neither distorted nor dulled, but animated for all time. As to organ music, he brought the power to construct and to unify, and to chamber music the warmth of his deep feeling. Vocal music, and his vocal works are, with inconsiderable exceptions for the Church, he made sublime by the true spirit of German religion, which has found in him its perfect expression. He wrote in forms which were, as we have said, common to all composers of his day. Kaiser, Mattheson, Telemann wrote not only in the same forms as he, but actually set many of the same texts. Undoubtedly, they were men of inferior genius, but they were nonetheless excellent musicians, and had remarkable control of the technique of composition. And it is almost incredible that the stupendous numbers of their compositions are lying forgotten in libraries. Many a phrase, many an aria, and many a movement have a real beauty of form and a grace of content, but they are dead and not likely to be restored. The reason, not to be found alone in the second-rate quality of their genius, is, however, not far to seek. The development of opera in Italy during the 17th century influenced the whole course of music over Europe. The enthusiasm for opera spread veritably like wildfire. Forms were invented which were obvious and immediate in their appeal to the general public, and these forms were taken over into church music, even into Germany, where the tradition of a more profound and more fitting style still lingered. Cantatas, oratorios, even settings of the Passion, gave way to the universal demand for dramatic and easily pleasing music, were composed of arias and recitatives, and accompanied by instruments just as operas were. It would be absurd to say that church music could not gain, did not gain, as a matter of fact, by the injection of new and extraneous forms. Some few conservatives, notably the austere Johann Kuhnau, cantor of the St. Thomas School at Leipzig, where Bach was to pass the last half of his life, set themselves deliberately against the new movement. Many clergymen waxed bitter and polemical, but by far the majority of musicians, among them the men above mentioned, hailed the new forms with delight, and, always more or less closely associated with the theatre, deliberately tried to give to church music the glamour and brilliance of music for the stage. Bach was himself far too much aware of the drift of music in his own day not to take advantage of the new forms which were the outgrowth of the opera. He adopted them into cantata, oratorio, and passion. But whereas the sacred works of Kaiser, Mattheson, and Telemann breathed only the light spirit of the trivial opera of the time, the arias and recitatives of Bach seemed to be the very flower of the meditative religious spirit peculiar to the Teutonic races. Thus his works stand at once with and aloof from his age, outwardly the same, inwardly different, and that his cantatas and oratorios and passions, cast in the mould of the Italian opera at the beginning of the 18th century, are glowing with the inspiration that was the religious voice of a whole race, is the reason why they live when those of his contemporaries are dead. They brought a trivial style into the church. He made a style glorious by filling it with an intimate, profound, and indescribably tender and genuine devotion. They tried to secularize church music, he to make a secular music the priestess of the temple. Grandeur of conception, warmth and depth of feeling, nobility and often exaltation of spirit he brought to music, and transformed the materials which were, as the accumulation of a long century, at the service of 100 of his contemporaries, into masterpieces of imperishable beauty. The cast of his genius seems almost out of place in the general spirit of music at his age. That which makes his music supremely great sprang from out the depths of his own nature, depths which are today unsounded and mysterious, the never-failing source of highest inspiration. Famous in his own day as an organist and a performer on the harpsichord of outstanding skill, as a composer he passed unnoticed or misunderstood save by a few pupils and friends. The ideal toward which he worked was fast losing hold upon the world of musicians. He was considered recondite and dry. It is only human to desire the knowledge of some intimate details in the life of such a man, but the exhaustive researches of Philip Spitter have collected all that is likely ever to be known about Bach, and there is almost a complete absence of any of those details which help to restore the daily life of a man to the admirers of a later age. We know little more than the facts of his life, must remain onlookers except as we may penetrate to his great heart through his music. He came of a family which can be traced back nearly 200 years, all of whom were characterized by the strong virtues of the German peasantry, by thrift, honesty, and a sturdy piety which never wavered among all the horrors of religious warfare. Nearly all were musicians, connected either with the church as composers and organists, such as Johann Christoph and Johann Michael, uncles of Johann Sebastian's father, or with the bands in the towns where they lived, such as Bach's grandfather and his father, Johann Ambrosius. The family had so spread over Thuringia that there was hardly a town in the province in which some member of it was not actively associated with music. Ambrosius Bach played the viola in the town band of Eisenach. Here Johann Sebastian was born in March 1685. One may believe that his talent showed itself while he was still very young, and that he was intended to follow in the footsteps of his father. Probably he learned from his father how to play the violin. In his father's house, too, he was surrounded by secular music, lively and rhythmical, so that in his very tenderest years he must have acquired that fondness for, and appreciation of, rhythm, which are so strongly evident in all his work. It seems likely, too, that a preference for instrumental music was fostered in his boyhood, for he remained always primarily an instrumental composer. Just how or when he learned to play the harpsichord is not known, but it can hardly be doubted that he had acquired some skill upon it before his father died. His mother died in 1694. In a little more than half a year his father married again, but died very shortly after. Bach was thus left an orphan at the age of 10, the youngest of a large family. He went to live with his brother, Johann Christoph, 12 years or more older than he, in the neighbouring village of Ohrdruf. Johann Christoph was an organist, a pupil of the great Pachelbel, and in his house Sebastian first came into close contact with church music, and music for the organ. Here he received his first regular instruction on the organ. Here, too, if we may believe one of the few anecdotes which have coloured the history of his life, he gave a sign of that tremendous industry which distinguished his whole life, in studying and making his own all the scores that came within his reach. The story is that his brother had a valuable collection of music by Pachelbel, Froberger, and other composers famous in that day, which he kept locked behind the latticed doors of a bookcase. Some of this collection the young Sebastian managed to extract for his own use, and he set to work to copy it by stealth, but one day Johann Christoph caught him at his labour, and took the music away. Whether or not the anecdote is true, it is typical of Bach's method of study. The blindness which fell upon him in the last years of his life was hastened, if not actually caused, by his indefatigable copying of music. At Ohrdruf he sang in the church choir, and thereby gained his first experience in choral music. When, at the end of 5 years, he had to begin to earn his own livelihood, it was as a choir boy he went to St. Michael's School in Lüneburg in the north of Germany. That he had already unusual skill as a musician is proved by the fact that, after his voice broke, he was still paid to remain at St. Michael's, probably a prefect of the choir. The year at Lüneburg brought him into contact with much fine music. At the Church of St. John in the same town, George Böhm was organist, one of the most remarkable organists of his day. He was a pupil of the venerable Jan Adams Reinken, one of the disciples of Peter Sweelinck, founder of the brilliant school of North German organists. Reinken himself was still playing at the Church of St. Catherine in Hamburg, nearby, and Bach went often on foot to Hamburg to hear the great man. About the time Bach left Lüneburg, Handel came to Hamburg to play the violin and the harpsichord in the orchestra at the Opera House. The two men never came nearer meeting. The circumstances under which Bach left Lüneburg are not known. In 1703, he was for 3 months in the service of Prince Johann Ernst at Weimar. In August of that year, he received the appointment of organist at the new church in the neighbouring town of Arnstadt. With this appointment, his student days may be said to end. He now steps before the world as a skilled musician. In his new position he had not only to play the organ, but to train the choir as well, and also to train a sort of musical society which furnished a large choir for other churches in the town. Hence he had ample opportunity to advance himself still further in the art of playing the organ, and to train his abilities to the composition of choral music. Only a few works can be definitely assigned to this period. A cantata showing signs of youthful endeavour is among them. The complaint of the church consistory that he accompanied the congregational singing in such an elaborate and complex way as to bewilder the singers seems to prove that he was busy at this time in studying some of the various arrangements of chorales and accompaniments which have come down to us in the mass of his manuscripts. Probably the congregation sang the melody in unison. It was customary for the organist to fill up the pauses at the end of each line with a few flourishes of his own. Doubtless these were oftenest improvised, yet Bach made a special study of the art of accompanying, and wrote down many samples of his own method for the benefit of his pupils. His ardent, independent young spirit must have led him into every kind of experiment during these early years at Arnstadt. By far the most interesting of his compositions of this time is the little Capriccio, written on the departure of his brother, Johann Jakob, to the wars. It consists of 6 little movements, somewhat in the style of the biblical narratives published but a few years before by Kühnau in Leipzig. To each is prefixed a title or a programme, such as the account of various accidents which may befall the brother, the attempts of friends to dissuade him from his journey, their lament when they see that their tears are of no avail, and, at last, the merry song of the postillion, and a fugue on the call of his horn. The workmanship is perfect, and the piece breathes the warm, intimate feeling which is peculiar of all Bach's work. It has an added interest in that it is the only piece of programme music Bach ever wrote. In October 1705, he obtained a leave of absence and went on foot 50 miles to Lübeck to hear the famous Abendmusik, which was given on certain Saturdays in Advent at the Church of St. Mary, where the great Dietrich Buxtehude was organist. No detailed record of his experiences in Lübeck has been preserved, but that he stayed there 3 months over the leave he obtained from Arnstadt proves how much he found there to interest him deeply. On his return he was taken to task by the authorities of the church in a council, the records of which have been preserved. To their reproof for having so long overstayed his leave, he had only to reply that he had left his work in the hands of a competent substitute, who he had hoped would give satisfaction. At the same meeting he was reprimanded for accompanying the congregational singing too elaborately. They complained that he had made his preludes too long, and, when spoken to in that regard, had promptly made them too short, that he neglected choir practice altogether, and that he went to a wine shop during the sermon. To all this, Bach replied laconically that he would try to do better. He agreed to submit an explanation of his general conduct in writing. All through the report one feels the independent, often angry young spirit held in restraint behind the brief replies. The promised explanation was not forthcoming, and in November 1706 he was again taken to task. This time complaint was added that he had admitted a young maiden to the organ loft and allowed her to make music there. The young maiden was probably his cousin, Maria Barbara Bach, to whom he was shortly after betrothed. Conditions at Arnstadt soon became irksome to him, and on June 15, 1707, we find him installed as organist of the church of St. Blasius in Mühlhausen. Here his salary was a little less than $50 a year, to which were added some measures of corn, 2 cords of firewood, some brushwood, and 3 pounds of fish. Scanty as it seems, it was evidently enough for him to marry on, and accordingly he took his cousin to wife on October 17th, 1707. They were married in the village church of Dornheim near Arnstadt by an old friend of the Bach family. 2 important records of his stay in Mühlhausen have come down to us. His recommendation for repairs on the church organ, in which he shows a most thorough understanding of the mechanical part of the organ, even to the smallest detail, and his first important composition, the Ratswechsel Cantate, composed in honour of the yearly change in municipal authorities, the only one of his choral works which was engraved and printed during his lifetime. It was performed on February 4th, 1708. Bach did not remain a year at Mühlhausen. He received an invitation from Duke Wilhelm Ernst of Weimar to be court organist and chamber musician at a much better salary. The letter by which he notified the council at Mühlhausen of his desire to accept the new post has been preserved. The 9 years Bach spent at Weimar must have been happy and prosperous. The character of the reigning duke influenced his composition. There was no opera at the court, and, though there was a band of 20 or more players, in which Bach played both harpsichord and violin, and of which he later became leader, the duke's chief interest was in music for the church, and Bach's most important works during his stay at Weimar were for organ and for the church choir. Meanwhile, his fame was spreading over Germany. It seems probable that every year he journeyed from Weimar to one or another of the big German cities, on what might be regarded as concert tours. One of them has become specially famous on account of an anecdote which has always been associated with it. In 1717, he was in Dresden at the same time J.L. Marchand, one of the most famous French clavecinists, was there. In some way, quite in keeping with the customs of the day, Bach's friends arranged a contest of skill on the harpsichord between him and Marchand. The outcome is well known. Bach was ready at the appointed spot an hour. Marchand failed to appear. Whether or not Marchand fled because he feared to be worsted in a contest with Bach is hardly of great importance, but the anecdote is extremely important in that it points to the fact that Bach was already one of the great masters of the harpsichord. His fame as an organist brought many pupils to study with him, among whom were J. M. Schubart, who may have studied with him in Arnstadt, Caspar Vogler, J. T. Krebs, and J. G. Ziegler. In 1715, he took the son of his brother Christoph into his house, young Bernard Bach, to whose industry we owe the greater part of the valuable manuscript copy of Sebastian Bach's compositions, which passed later into the hands of Andreas Bach. His own family too was growing. Both Wilhelm Friedemann, his favourite and most gifted son, and Carl Philipp Emanuel, who became the most distinguished musician of the next generation, were born in Weimar. His resignation in 1717 from a position where he must have been so happy comes as a surprise. In November of that year he moved with his family to the court of Prince Leopold of Anhalt-Köthen, where he had been appointed chapel master and director of the prince's chamber music. Anhalt-Köthen was a flourishing little community. The prince himself, hardly more than a youth, was generous and free in spirit, fond of art and of music. He played the violin, the cello, and the harpsichord, and seems to have been an excellent bass singer as well. His interest was chiefly in secular instrumental music. There was no good organ at the court, nor any trained choir of singers, but there was probably a good band, though the names of only a few players have been preserved. Among them is Christopher Ferdinand Abel, whose son, Karl Friedrich, shared with Sebastian Bach's son Christian the high honours of the musical world of London in the next generation. Through them the young Mozart was destined to be influenced. It is indeed curious to find the fathers of the two men playing in the same little court band. Just what Bach's duties were in his new position has never been discovered. It was a good appointment and well paid, and he was in high favour with the young prince. But, as Spitter has eloquently written, time has effaced or overgrown almost every trace of his labours, as the grass has overgrown the castle yard which he must so often have crossed, and his name has died out among the people of the place almost as completely as the sounds with which he once roused the echoes of the now empty and deserted halls. The next years spent at Köthen were the happiest of his life. It will seem strange to those who think of Bach as a composer of religious music and organ music that he could have treasured in his memory these years at Köthen, when his energy was directed almost wholly to the composition of chamber music. Yet such was the case. The explanation of this seeming riddle is to be found in his personal character, and in the peculiar quality of his genius. For all the independent strength of his will and his intellect, his was essentially a meditative nature, which found its truest expression apart from the public, and in the small intimate forms of chamber music. He delighted in the circle of his family. He delighted in the tender, faint music of the clavichord, which, we are assured, was his favourite instrument. The glory and majesty of his great power are in his music for the organ. The exaltation of his spirit is in the St. Matthew Passion and in the Mass in B minor, but nowhere is the essence of his heart so warm, so simple, and so unadorned, as in the music he composed for clavichord, for violin, and for cello, while he was at Köthen. His life went quietly on there within the court, broken by occasional journeys such as he was accustomed to take from Weimar. In the autumn of 1719 he passed through Halle, where Handel was staying for a short while with his family during the trip he made from London to Italy in search of singers. Bach made an effort to meet him, only to find that Handel had just departed. Later in life he again attempted to seek and talk with the world-famous master, and again failed. The two greatest musicians of their time never met. On the 7th of July, 1720, while Bach was away with his prince, his wife died. Left with 4 young children, he married again in about a year and a half, Anna Magdalena Wölker, youngest daughter of Johann Caspar Wölker, court trumpeter at Weissenfels. She was at that time 21 years old, intensely musical, and was an excellent singer. She was, moreover, skilful with the pen, and helped her husband in copying his own and other music. Her clear, flowing handwriting can be seen in the manuscript copies of the solo violin and violoncello sonatas, and in those of later works. That she worked diligently to master the clavichord is only one of the many instances of her desire to improve her knowledge of music in every way that would help her to follow and assist her husband. She thus became the centre of a home life which must have been in many ways the source of cheer and deep happiness to her husband and her family. How much this meant to Bach as he grew older amid the vexations of his post in the St. Thomas School in Leipzig cannot be overestimated, for, as we have already said, he was at heart a man who withdrew from the bustle of society and the world at large into the intimacy of home life. The list of works he composed at Köthen is a long one, and momentous in the history of music. Many of them are epoch-making. All bear the marks of his undying genius in their workmanship, in their perfection of form and of detail, in the warmth of the inspiration that prompted them. Inasmuch as during the 6 years of his stay there he devoted himself almost solely to the composition of secular instrumental music, the period stands out distinct and unique in his life. What his daily life was, what his actual duties at the court, we do not know, but that they were happy years the music he wrote attests. Moreover, we have his own word written some years later to a friend in Russia that he would have been content to pass the remainder of his days there. But the marriage of Prince Leopold in 1722 seems to have changed the spirit of the court. The young princess had no special fondness for music, and Bach no longer felt himself in congenial surroundings. In 1722, the venerable Johann, cantor of the St. Thomas School in Leipzig, died. Within a year, Bach obtained the post, moved with his family to Leipzig, and at the end of May 1723 was installed in the position which he was to hold until the time of his death. The St. Thomas School was an adjunct of the old St. Thomas Church. It had been founded in the 13th century, and up to the time of the Reformation had been under the control of Augustinian monks, but at that time had been taken into the control of the municipal council. Bach was therefore in the employ of the town authorities, for the most part men with little knowledge or love of music, with whom he was seldom in good accord. From the earliest times the main purpose of the school had been to train singers for the Church of St. Thomas, and later for the Church of St. Nicholas, but it was a charity school for orphans as well, and most of the boys were unruly. Bach's chief duties were the training of these choir boys, and the furnishing of music for the St. Thomas and St. Nicholas churches. Officially, he had nothing to do with the organ in either church. Bach was beset with difficulties and unpleasantness on every hand. To begin, the school was disorganized and the boys unruly, as we have said. Nor was music in very high respect there, if we may judge by the prospectus of studies, which said that, next to the glory of God, the chief aim of singing was to promote the pupils' digestions. Bach's work with them was not heavy. On Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, he had to give a lesson in music at 9 and one at 12, and on Friday, one at 12. On Friday, too, he had to take the boys to church at 7 in the morning, and on Saturday at the same time had to expound the Latin Catechism to the 3rd and 4th classes. On certain days in the week, he had to give a Latin lesson to the 3rd class. On Thursday he was free. The rehearsals of the Sunday music took place regularly on Saturday afternoon. But the boys were frequently in bad condition. It was a custom for them to parade through the streets from time to time at various houses for donations. Their voices were often ruined by colds, and Bach could have had but little pleasure in training such material. Moreover, the spirit of the school had been demoralized by the light Italian music, which had gained a foothold through the town opera house, and through Telemann, organist at the new church, and the boys frequently deserted the school to sing in the musical union which Telemann had organized. However, in the course of a few years, Bach got control of the musical union and of music in the famous old university as well, and was thus in a position to train a portion of the inhabitants of the town to an appreciation of his own kind of music. From the start he set himself vigorously to reform and improve the condition of music in the St. Thomas and St. Nicholas churches. To this end he tried to get hold of as many singers and as many players as possible. Here he was in constant conflict with the town council, who refused to furnish him with money necessary to engage the boys and men he needed. In August 1730 he submitted to the council a statement of what material should be rightly placed at his service if he was expected to furnish well-appointed church music, and a brief and very telling account of what he actually had. Concerning the instrumentalists necessary to accompany church cantatas, etc., he writes, "In all, at least 18 persons are needed for instruments. The number appointed is 8, 4 town pipers, 3 town violinists, and 1 assistant. Discretion forbids me telling the plain truth as to their ability and musical knowledge. However, it ought to be considered that they are partly inefficient and partly not in good practice as they should be. the most important instruments for supporting the parts, and the most indispensable in themselves, are wanting. He gives the names of the boys in the school, dividing them into 3 classes. 17 available, 20 not yet available, and 17 useless. The statement was quite ignored by the town council. Up to the year 1746, no additional appropriation was devoted to keeping up the music in the churches of St. Thomas and St. Nicholas. That Bach was angry and embittered by such a disregard is evident in the famous letter to his friend Erdmann, in which he wrote, among other things, that the appointment was by no means so advantageous as it had been described to him, that many fees incidental to it had been stopped, that the town was very dear to live in, and the authorities were very strange folks with no love of music, so that he lived under almost constant vexation, jealousy, and persecution. Finally, that he felt compelled to seek his fortune, with God's assistance, elsewhere. Affairs could not have been quite so hopeless as Bach felt they were. At any rate, he seems to have done nothing more in the way of finding another position. It can hardly be doubted that he would have had no difficulty in doing so had he long wanted to. His fame as an organist was widespread over Germany, and he was a man of firmest determination and no end of courage. He must have decided that the advantages Leipzig offered him outweighed the disadvantages under which the stupidity or indifference of the town council placed him. Moreover, shortly after this affair, in fact, just before the letter to Erdmann was written, a new rector, J. M. Gesner, was appointed to the St. Thomas School, a man who never failed in his appreciation of Bach and sympathy with his aims, and who, most important of all, had the special talent of managing boys, and was able in the few years of his stay in Leipzig to establish order, and to put the school upon a new and solid foundation. He probably succeeded in easing the relations between Bach and the town council, and through his efforts Bach was released from giving lessons in Latin and all other general instructions apart from music. Bach settled in Leipzig. His home life was happy, and varied by the visits of all musicians of prominence who passed through the town. His hospitality and his courtesy were famous. Men journeyed to Leipzig just to hear him play upon the organ. One man wrote in the account of his life, which he contributed to Matheson's Ehrenpforte, "I journeyed to Leipzig to hear the great Johann Sebastian Bach play. This great artist received me most courteously, and so bewitched me by his uncommon skill, that the troubles of the journey were forgotten as nothing." Quantz, the famous flute player, teacher of Frederick the Great, wrote, "The admirable Johann Sebastian Bach has at length in modern times brought the art of the organ to its greatest perfection." Occasionally he went to Dresden to hear the opera or to play for friends there. One chronicle has it that he would say to his favourite son, "Friedemann, shall we go to Dresden again and hear their beautiful little songs?" In 1736 he was appointed court composer to August III, King of Poland and of Saxony. He retained an honorary position at the court of Anhalt-Köthen, though Prince Leopold, his former friend and patron, died not long after Bach came to Leipzig. His sons Friedemann and Emmanuel grew to manhood and acquired positions. Emmanuel was employed at the court of Frederick the Great at Potsdam. Pupils surrounded him, most of whom were not members of the St. Thomas School, but students at the university, and in spite of the fact that on many occasions he showed signs of quick and violent temper, he won not only respect, but love from most of them. One of the most famous, Alt Nicol, married a daughter of the house. At last, Frederick the Great, having heard much of his marvellous talent through Emmanuel and his pupils, many of whom were playing in the royal band, summoned him to the court at Potsdam. Bach arrived at Potsdam on the 7th of May, 1747, accompanied by Friedemann, and was received with respect by the great king. The story is well known how Frederick, when he heard that Bach was in town, laid aside his flute, which he had taken up for his evening concert, and saying, "Gentlemen, old Bach is arrived," sent for him to come at once to the palace. Bach was made to try over the new Silbermann pianofortes, of which the king had several, and the next evening the king desired him to improvise a 6-part fugue on a subject which he was allowed to choose for himself. In all this experience, Bach very evidently fulfilled the expectations which had been roused in the king. Upon his return to Leipzig, he composed his famous musical offering, a collection of pieces in most complicated style, all based upon or related to a theme which the king had given him, and dedicated it to the king. This led to the much greater Art of Fugue, the last great work from his pen. It is made up of 15 fugues and 4 canons on one and the same theme, employing the most complicated and difficult counterpoint in the expression of a calm and noble emotion. A good part of it had been engraved on copper plates before Bach died, but not all. During the last year of his life, his sight failed. In the winter of 1749 to 1750, he underwent 2 operations, both of which were unsuccessful, and he was left totally blind and shaken in health. On July 18th, 1750, his sight was suddenly restored, but a few hours afterward he was stricken with apoplexy, and he died on Tuesday, July 28th, at 8:45 in the evening. With him at the time of his death were his wife and daughters, his youngest son Christian, his son-in-law Alt-Nicol, and one of his pupils. The funeral was on the following Friday, from St. John's Church, where the preacher announced, "The very worthy and venerable Herr Johann Sebastian Bach, court composer to his kingly majesty of Poland, and electoral and serene highness of Saxony, chapel master to his highness the Prince of Anhalt-Köthen, and cantor to the school at St. Thomas's in town, having fallen calmly and blessedly asleep in God, in St. Thomas's churchyard, his body has this day, according to Christian usage, been consigned to the earth." It was remarked in a sitting of the town council, on August 8th, that Herr Bach had been a great musician, but not a schoolmaster. Such are the outlines of Bach's life. It was decidedly a happy one, as lives go. There is much evidence to show that he was impulsive and that he worked at his music with great enthusiasm, but the tenor of his life was even, not erratic, methodical and simple. It is strange to think of him as a schoolmaster, but such he was for a great part of his life. Though the duties of teaching must have been often irksome, they were relatively light, and in no way demanded so much time or effort as to deprive him of opportunity or enthusiasm to compose. His own report of the condition of the choirs and band at the school can leave no doubt that he never heard his choral works performed in a manner which would deem at the present day appropriate to their greatness. Probably the 2 choirs at his service for singing the St. Matthew Passion numbered not more than 12 singers each, and the soloists were members of the choir. He never had a complete band, and the organs at St. Thomas Church were bad. There was lax discipline and disorder too. Still, these were inadequacies and improprieties from which most composers of his day suffered. Even the Abendmusik at Lübeck, as fine church music as was likely to be heard in all Germany, was interrupted and marred by the noise of the choir boys racing and capering in the choir loft. Bach was not exceptionally unfortunate in this regard. In material affairs he was relatively well off. His family life was exceptionally happy and complete. He won the love and admiration of many friends and pupils, and honour from princes. Of his many children, but 3 boys and a girl long survived him: Wilhelm Friedemann, Karl Philipp Emanuel, Johann Christian, and Regina. Friedemann, the most gifted and the favourite son, became a drunkard. Emanuel and Christian became famous, one in Germany, the other in London. All 3 are to blame for the fact that their father's widow, all but their mother, fell into abject poverty and dependence upon public charity. Regina lived to be an old woman, friendless and likewise poverty-stricken, until, not long before her death, Rochlitz, the publisher, undertook a publication by subscription of her father's works. Among the subscribers, Beethoven was the first. Bach published only a very few works during his lifetime. The majority of his compositions passed in manuscript into the keeping of his sons. Emmanuel later brought out many, but much of what fell to the keeping of Friedemann was carelessly lost or sold for a pittance here and there. There is no way of telling how much of the great man's music has disappeared, but the amount which has been preserved is prodigious. As is so often the case among musicians, and indeed among most artists, his activity is more or less clearly divided into several periods. Thus the early years at Arnstadt and Mühlhausen are years of experiment and study. In the account of his life, the Necrology, which was published by Emmanuel in a periodical owned by Misler and called the Bibliothek, we learn that during these years he frequently spent the whole night in study and practice. During the Weimar period, when he was both organist and player in the Duke's band, he came into contact with Italian music, and devoted himself with enthusiasm and evidently untiring energy to the mastery of those principles of clear and lucid form which were at that time exemplified at their best in the violin works of Corelli and Vivaldi. It was a period of great and brilliant works for the organ, probably the toccata and fugue in D minor, which, however, because of its very evident relationship in style and even in theme to works of Buxtehude, may have been conceived earlier. Almost certainly the fugue in G minor, the prelude and fugue in A minor, the colossal toccata in F, and perhaps the one Passacaglia. At this time, possibly largely as a matter of study and exercise, he transcribed concertos of Vivaldi for harpsichord, mastering thus the form, practically invented by the Italian, which he later used so brilliantly in the Italian concerto for clavicembalo. At Curtin he was cut off from the organ, and associated wholly with secular music, and in this period naturally fall the first parts of the well-tempered clavichord, the French suites, the suites for violin alone and for cello, the Brandenburg concertos, and the overtures for orchestra. Finally at Leipzig, where he was expected to furnish music for almost every Sunday of the year, he composed his great choral works, about 300 cantatas, 6 motets at least, the Christmas and Easter oratorios, the Magnificats, the great Mass in B minor, the shorter Masses, and 4 settings of the Passion, of which that according to St. Matthew is perhaps the most sublime of his works, and the perfect expression of his genius. Instrumental works also belong to this period, marked by maturity and calm, a broadening of form, an alienation from the lucid conciseness of the Italian and French styles. There are, for example, the Prelude and Fugue for organ in E-flat major, the English suites, and the second part of the well-tempered clavichord for clavier, the Overture, à la manière française, the Musical Offering, and the Art of Fugue. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Art of Music, Volume 1, The Pre-Classic Periods. Editor-in-Chief Daniel Gregory Mason. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Jake Malizia. Within the limits of a single chapter, there is no space to discuss these great works in detail, nor to point to the ways in which Bach's genius manifested itself in each of them. We shall therefore give a brief analysis of that genius in general, and then proceed to show the position Bach occupies in the course of the development of music. Bach's skill in polyphonic writing is perhaps unequalled both in its minute perfection and in its breadth and power. It is evident in nearly everything he wrote, be it the simplest of the 2-part inventions, or the mighty choruses in the B minor Mass, the fugues for organ, or the fugues for solo violin. Within the most confined limits, or ranging over mighty expanses, it differs more in degree than in kind from that of his predecessors and his contemporaries. In spite of the rapidly spreading domination of the monodic style, which was the style resulting from the Italian opera, the style of melody and simple accompaniments in chords, the polyphonic style still retained the allegiance of serious musicians, and even, in fact, of those who were less serious. All composers, probably all church organists, in the time of Bach could write fugues, double or single, could even improvise fugues, could write canons, wrote them as a pastime. Such skill was acquired almost in childhood, aided largely by copying volumes of music. Many composers discarded it altogether in writing for the public, many made a false show of it. It was, however, a manner of expression still common to the time, almost an idiom. So, though Bach's skill could amaze even those who had been brought up to write fugues as daily exercise, it appeared to his contemporaries something as a matter of course, and to historians and critics, allied with the new schools, a positive detriment, a failing. At the present day, the idiom in its naturalness is so far lost that our ears can hardly understand it. We no longer listen to polyphonic music without very special training. We do not follow it naturally, almost instinctively. The skill amazes, does not immediately express. It was, of course, thoroughly natural to Bach, but it was no more to him than an art, than, let us say, the art of speech, for he was wont to liken the interweaving of several parts in music to a conversation upon a given subject. Bach's skill in polyphony is but a manner of speech, most faultless and subtle and powerful. Others acquired the manner, not perfectly, but none had the ideals, the emotions to express which have filled his works with warmth, with vitality, with actual life. Thus his melodies are beautiful and expressive. Take, for example, the subjects of the fugues in the first part of the well-tempered clavichord. Here one might reasonably expect type melodies, mechanical phrases inexpressive in themselves, worthless except as polyphonic material. The sort of phrases handed on from composer to composer, almost note for note, mere formulas. But one is astonished by the endless variety and freshness. All are original. Even the shortest, those which are hardly more than a kernel of melody, have a distinction, such as the subjects of the very first fugue in C major, of the serious, indescribably sad figures in C-sharp minor and E-flat minor, and the exalted, inspired fugue in B-flat minor. A more passionately expressive phrase is hardly to be found in music than that upon which the fugue in G minor is built, a more graceful melody than the subject of the fugue in C-sharp major, more delicate or humorous than those of the C minor and B-flat major fugues. These touches of pure melodic expressiveness are but preludes to the great melodies of the cantatas and the Passion. The melodies Mein glaubiges Herze from the Pentecost cantata, Only Weep, and Have Mercy, Lord, from the Passion according to St. Matthew, are no more conspicuous than many others for their expanse and the depth of feeling which breathes in them. The grace of certain melodies in the suites for violin and for cello alone are captivating. The aria for the G-string from the second orchestral suite most profound. And there is a type of melody especially dear to him, such as is found in the middle movement of the sonatas and concertos for violin, wonderfully free, rhapsodical, as though improvised. In general, he avoided the elaborate ornamental roulades characteristic of the Italian aria, even when writing in that form. In the few cases in which he did employ them, they are expressive and gently realistic. In all his work there is evidence of a melodic genius of the purest kind, often not vocal, it is true, and often wound in a polyphonic web, but astonishingly genuine and inspired. Though the quality of a great part of the music of Bach is meditative or not seldom mystical, parts of it are conspicuous for their rhythmical lightness and delicacy. Especially the suites for violin and cello have rhythmical animation which is irresistible. The dance movements which compose the last parts of the Ouverture à la manière française and movements in the English suites depend almost wholly for their charm on the incisiveness and zest of their rhythm. Nor is such sprightliness lacking in the fugues, though in polyphonic music it is usually unemphasized. The fugue in D major, in the first part of the well-tempered clavichord, might be called a fugue in rhythm. The fugue in F minor in the second part, too, is almost wholly guided by a playful rhythm. It is to the music of Bach, therefore, that one should look, to find the polyphonic style, set free of its proverbial heaviness and inertia, light and airy as laughter and true wit, strong as the march of an army. But to harmony, more than to all else in music, the touch of genius of Bach brought new life, and a splendour that can never grow dull. It is as a harmonist that he stands the father of modern music. His pupils have told us that the first task to which he set them was exercise not in counterpoint, but in harmonization of simple chorale melodies. If one tries to analyze the difference between a Bach fugue and other fugues, it is not to be found in the superior workmanship and finish, nor save little in the melodic and rhythmical inspiration, but in the background of harmony. In harmony lie the mystery and wonder of Bach's imperishable music. It is half the strength of its form. One might well ask, what is a fugue without Bach? The seeds of it are in the old vocal polyphonic style. Passages in which one voice imitated another at the interval of a fifth or fourth were perhaps suggested to composers by voices singing the same words in turn, and the device was taken over by organists in the late 16th and early 17th century, and used in ricercari and canzone, with no notion of form and balance. It was used in preludizing to the singing of the congregation, but had no true independent existence apart from the chorale to which it led. It was used as the second part of the so-called French overture. Experimenting in one way or another, composers gradually built up a fairly definite instrumental form of fugue. But the fugues, notably the organ fugues, of even the greatest organists before Bach, lacked logical construction. Buxtehudes were built, as Albert Schweitzer has said, on a principle of laisser-aller. There seemed to be no good reason, according to Dr. Hugo Riemann, why any of them should not end or should not go on. It was Bach at last who gave to the fugue perfect proportion and organic unity. Principles of a form in music more clear-cut than any German forms he acquired, as we have said in Weimar, from a study of Italian and French masterpieces, but he based all his forms on a foundation of harmony, and to all his works gave proportion and logic sprung from harmony alone. Sir Hubert Parry, in his study of Johann Sebastian Bach, has demonstrated by careful analysis what a surprising number of preludes in the well-tempered clavichord are fundamentally progressions of chords. The name alone of this great series is suggestive, as we shall later prove. The clearest example of this harmonic prelude is the very first, that in C major. Hardly less clear are the second, the third, the sixth, the 15th, the 21st, and the 23rd. Practically all, indeed, are upon the same plan, though in those mentioned the plan is clearest. This is, of course, no invention of Bach. The prelude grew out of a few chords rolled by an organist or player of the harpsichord or lute to claim the attention of his audience. The point is that Bach has made out of these preludes music of ineffable beauty merely by the gift of his genius in harmony. The sequences of his chords may be as modern as Wagner's, chromatic alterations even more subtle, or as in the organ works they may move through broad diatonic highways, powerful in suspensions and magnificent in delays. And as to his power of expression through harmony, let one listen to the recitatives of the St. Matthew Passion, one of the immortal, unfathomable creations of man's genius. Consider how they move on, phrase after phrase, page after page, bearing the whole weight of a mighty composition and unaccompanied save by a few scattered chords. It may well be doubted if any art has or could have added one touch more of inexplicable, unspeakable beauty to the story of the Passion, save only these few scattered chords of Bach's genius. We have already observed that all great composers from the time of Beethoven have acknowledged Bach as the father of modern music, but this relationship which his descendants have so gladly acknowledged is, on the whole, general and intangible. The reason is partly that Bach invented no new forms, and that the forms which he chose, and the style in which he wrote, passed out of circulation, so to speak, immediately after his death. The fugue, the cantata, and the Passion he brought to the highest point it was possible for these forms to attain. they have rarely been attempted since with near enough success to suggest even imitation. The fugues of Mozart, Beethoven, and Brahms are essentially different from the fugues of Bach. Mendelssohn fell far short of the master whom he, more almost than all others, worshipped. César Franck has been compared to Bach, but is curiously unlike him. The cantata and the Passion grew up to Bach and then stopped. The cantata because even in the hands of Bach it was an uncouth hybrid, neither opera, which is itself an illogical mixture, nor church music. The Passion because, as Bach left it, it is as unattainable as the sun. As far as form and outward show are concerned, therefore, Bach's position in the history of music is that of the culmination, the ultimate consummation of certain styles and forms now obsolete. To understand his appearance in the history of music, one must step back into the history of the 17th century in German music, a history strangely complicated with that of Protestantism, Lutheran hymns, and cantata texts, inextricably associated with the church and with the organ loft. In the growth of church music in Germany, Bach had not one nor two predecessors. A dozen different courses converged in him. Strangely enough, of the music of the one man before him with whom he might have seemed related, Heinrich Schütz, he knew little or nothing. All others worthy of the name of composers, however, contributed some share to his development. All the great organists from the time there were great organists led to Bach, step by step, unmistakably. Every new phase of form, every new device of virtuosity, but paved the way for one who was so supremely great as to cast them all into shade or oblivion. All hymn writers, all composers of chorales led the same way. The Protestant religion found its perfect artistic expression in Bach, not in the cantatas, but in the chorale fantasies for organ, the motets, and the Passion according to St. Matthew. Catholic art contributed its share. He copied out masses by Palestrina, and by other men now forgotten, such as Lotti and Caldara. For a good part of the Lutheran service, especially at St. Thomas Church in Leipzig, was practically Catholic in form. The Kyrie, the Gloria, Credo, Benedictus, Sanctus, and Agnus Dei had their place in the ritual. And what is more, German composers, and Bach was no exception, seldom troubled to set them to new music, but adapted music of the earlier Italian writers to the new German words. The enormous number of cantatas was owing to the fact that the form had grown out of a native German custom of singing hymns between the reading of the Gospel and the Credo, on the one hand, and the sermon on the other, and composers were given opportunity to set texts not already time-worn. The history of these texts is one full of sad failures to achieve a truly artistic form, of futile efforts to reconcile chorale and hymn with the new operatic style, of bad verse and trivial mechanical sentiment. Bach was constantly harassed by problems of text, varying in his choice between an old-style Bible text woven with the strophes of the chorale hymns, by far the best, though least suited to the operatic style of music which had established itself in the church, and a free text developed from a line of passage in the Bible, consisting of strophic arias and passages for recitative in the so-called madrigal style, a loose versification. The artistic perfection of the Passion is due no little to the fact that he himself supervised the arrangement of the text, the introduction of strophic verse for arias, and madrigal style for ariosos and the chorales. The history of Passion music leads to Bach, and further than that it cannot go. Way back in the Middle Ages, the story of the Passion was chanted in the churches, sometime, usually on Good Friday, in Holy Week. The words of the evangelist, of actors in the drama, and of Christ were chanted by a priest or deacon in the monotonous reciting tone, and the choir was given the ejaculations of the crowd. Later, the words of Christ, the evangelist, Pilate, Peter, etc., were allowed to different chanters, and with the growth of the operatic style, the monotonous chant was changed to more expressive recitative. This intrusion of the operatic style was at times bitterly opposed, and the greatest German composer before Bach, Heinrich Schütz, was among the reactionaries, though he had received his training in Italy under Giovanni Gabrieli and Monteverdi himself. However, the influence of opera was too strong for the conservative clergy, and not only did recitative, aria, and dramatic choruses come to play a part in the singing of the story of the Passion, but instruments were introduced into the accompaniment, and the whole became practically a drama. The need for texts suitable for treatment in recitative and aria finally led to versified arrangements of the biblical narrative itself, as well as to the introduction of strophic stanzas interpretive of the mood or action of the story. A new character, the so-called Daughter of Zion, was introduced as a convenient spokeswoman for the congregation. Such were the theatrical arrangements made by C.F. Hunold, known as Menance, and by B.H. Brockes, a town councillor of Hamburg, whose arrangements was set to music by Kaiser, Mattheson, Telemann, and Handel. Chorale melodies and hymns found no place in these passions. Schütz had employed them at the beginning and the end of his settings, as introduction and epilogue. They were apparently first woven into the body of the work by a little-known composer, Johann Sebastian, about 1672. The arrangement which Bach finally used for his St. Matthew Passion was a combination of these earlier styles. For the narrative, he reverted to the biblical text, divided among the various characters. He retained the interpretive arias which, in the midst of the story, dwell for a time on the suffering, on the horror of it all, and their effect upon man. He included among the singers the Daughter of Zion. The chorus was used for the utterances of the crowd, with considerable restraint, and throughout the work, for richly harmonized chorales which served to draw the congregation into the tragedy, even though they were but once or twice given a voice in them. At the beginning and the end, massive double choruses, into the first of which a chorale melody was woven, opened and concluded the story. Orchestra and organ made up the accompaniment. All these various elements he combined with unerring sense of proportion and fitness, and with no inconsistencies and no histrionic glamour, so that the work stands perfect as a piece of art, and as the purest expression in music of the Lutheran religion. In his general treatment of the orchestra, Bach is allied so much more closely to the past than to the future, that in this regard he can be said to have had practically no influence upon his successors. Before his death, the Mannheim school, led by Johann Stamitz, was already pointing the way toward a new treatment of the orchestra, which was to be taken up and developed by Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven. Bach differs from these later men, not so much in a lack of appreciation of tone color, as in his forcing all instruments, irrespective of their peculiar capabilities, to conformity in a polyphonic style much influenced by the organ. The result is that trumpets and oboes, for examples, are made to play rapid, agile figures suitable only to the violin. All instruments are treated in the same way, may be required to take equal and similar parts in the music. This is, of course, distinctly old-fashioned. Purely technical reasons would prevent any composer of the new school from writing for the oboes as he would write for the violins. Sonority and color, too, ousted the old polyphonic ideal. Bach was not, however, deaf to orchestral color. Often in the accompaniments to cantatas and other vocal works, the coloring is rich and unusual combinations of solo instruments in the Brandenburg concertos seem to show him on voyages of discovery, so to speak, into the effects of combinations of different timbres. The two series of orchestral works are the Brandenburg concertos and the overtures, both written during his stay at Curtin. The names themselves speak for the now distant past of orchestral music. The name concerto then signified a composition written for a small group of solo instruments, called the concertino, accompanied by or alternating with a larger group called the tutti. For instance, in the second concerto, the solo group is composed of trumpet, flute, oboe, and violin, the tutti being in all cases made up of strings. The form is Corellian. the relatively modern treatment of a solo instrument in a concerto, writing for it to show off its special qualities and technical peculiarities, is hardly suggested. Tutti and concertino having to play the same musical material in the same polyphonic style, offering principally contrast between sonority and delicacy, though, as we have said, the element of tone color plays a part. It must be added, however, that the long passage for harpsichord at the end of the first movement of the fifth concerto is very similar to modern cadenzas. The treatment of all parts is consistently polyphonic. The same is true of the four overtures. These compositions are in reality suites, having as the first two movements the two characteristics of the French overture invented by Lully, one slow and serious, the other an extended allegro in fugal style. The following movements are in dance forms and rhythms. They are scored for the customary brass, wood, and strings, employed here not so much for their specialities as for contrasts of sonority and delicacy. Bach has not, therefore, contributed in matters of style and form to the development of music after his time, nor to the growth of orchestral music, which was the distinguishing feature of the age which followed immediately upon his death. This is due, as we have said, to the fact that the style and forms which were his own inheritance passed out of circulation. In many cases, too, his work was of such unique greatness that no imitation of it could come near enough to suggest more than most vaguely an influence. Copies of his style but emphasize its remoteness, both in time and quality. Certain works must remain forever unique, because their peculiar perfection must always keep them in a class by themselves. Among these there are none more striking than the works for solo violin and for solo violoncello, works which have no counterpart in music. Still, we are not limited to intangible influences of melody and harmony in noting the effect which his compositions have had upon his followers. In two ways at least he gave a definite impulse to the course of music. He reorganized the system of fingering keyboard instruments, and invented a satisfactory and universally accepted method of equal temperament. About the time Friedemann, his firstborn son, was 9 years old, Bach began to compose for him the book of pieces known as the Little Clavier Book. It is what we should call today a graded collection of short pieces intended to perfect the already striking abilities of his son. Beginning with the simplest elements, he introduced difficulties by degrees until the last pieces, in polyphonic style, demand a very considerable skill. The most interesting passages are those in which Bach has indicated the fingering, for they prove that he reorganized all the systems of fingering in use in his day and perfected one of his own upon which future developments are based. His chief innovation is in the manner of using the thumb. Up to the time of Couperin, players of keyed instruments used only the four fingers of the hand. The thumb hung idle. The position must have been stiff and awkward, and it is hard to understand how such brilliant performers as the North German organists ever overcame the difficulties of it. Yet Bach himself told his son Emmanuel that in his youth he had seen great organists play who never used the thumb except for the widest stretches. Couperin's famous book on the art of playing the harpsichord appeared in 1717, the very year Bach went to Curtin. In it he advocated the use of the thumb, but over the fingers, not under them. Bach was one of the first to appreciate the advantages of passing the thumb under the hand. It is hardly possible that he invented the practice. Many of the oldest works for the harpsichord must have called for a use of the thumb, and the contemporary works of Domenico Scarlatti would have been almost insurmountably difficult without it. But in theory the use of the thumb under the hand was avoided, and Bach's Little Clavier Book contains probably the first open recognition of the advantages of so using it, no matter what the actual practice of virtuosi had been up to that time. One will observe that Bach did not abandon the old system, and that many passages marked by him are to be played in the old way, that is, by passing the long fingers, chiefly the middle finger, over the short ones, but he laid the foundations of the new. The most famous of players in the next generation was his own son Emmanuel, whose book on playing the harpsichord was the standard authority down to the time that the harpsichord was finally supplanted by the pianoforte. Haydn and Mozart undoubtedly profited by it, and thus the methods of the father were spread abroad through the son and played a considerable part in the development of music for the pianoforte. The well-tempered clavichord is unquestionably an epoch-making work. Footnote: the clavichord was suitable only for the most intimate sort of music. It differed from the harpsichord in that the tone of it was produced not by a plucking of the strings, but by a pressure brought to bear on them by little uprights attached to the key levers. The tone was very slender, but sweet and within its limitations capable of fine shading. A varying pressure of the key produced that tremolo which on the violin is called vibrato, and gave the tone a delicate warmth wholly lacking in the clean-cut, frosty tone of the harpsichord, and indeed in the rich tone of the pianoforte. End of footnote. It is, as is well known, a series of preludes and fugues in all major and minor keys. The term well-tempered refers to Bach's method of tuning the clavichord, which for the first time made such an unbounded use of harmony possible. It will be remembered that the first keyboards had only those keys which are today white, sounding only the diatonic tones of the modes. The first chromatic alteration allowed in these modes was the B-flat, which was practically forced upon musicians in order to avoid the augmented interval between F and B natural, an interval excruciating to their ears. So the black key between A and B was the first to find its place on the keyboard, and it was tuned in the relation of a perfect fourth with the F below. E-flat seems to have been the next black key, and was tuned in the relation of a perfect fourth to the B-flat. The other black keys were added one by one, nearly always in exact relation to some one of the white keys or the original diatonic notes of the modes. F-sharp in that of a perfect fifth with the B below, G-sharp in that of a perfect major third with E, C-sharp in the same relation with A. Inasmuch as all these intervals were mathematically exact, and such was the idea of tuning all through the Middle Ages and nearly to the time of Bach, the black keys were in perfect relation only with one or more of the white keys, and often quite out of relation with each other. The intervals between them were very noticeably out of tune and false. When, during the 17th century, our harmonic system of transposing keys finally supplanted the old modal system, composers for the harpsichord and the organ still found themselves limited by their keyboards to 3 sharp keys and 2 flat, so long as their instruments were perfectly tuned. A cursory glance at some of the old harpsichord music shows that composers did not by any means submit to such a restriction, and we must presume that, unless they were willing to endure the sound of many hideous imperfections, they developed in practice at any rate some system of tuning which softened or tempered them. Bach, therefore, is not the inventor of the first tempered tuning, but it is doubtful if any composer before him had worked out such a satisfactory system as his, which has been called equal temperament, and which amounts practically to the division of the keyboard octave into 12 equal, though slightly imperfect, intervals. Only the octave remained strictly in tune. The imperfections of the other intervals were so slight, however, as to be hardly perceptible. Thus the black keys of the keyboard came to represent 2 notes, different in theory, the sharp of the note below and the flat of the note above, and by such a compromise, composers for the instrument were enabled to modulate freely through all keys. Bach must be acknowledged the first great musician to recognize the inestimable value of such a liberation, in proof of which he wrote the first series of the well-tempered clavichord. The fugues, notably, are enriched by the most beautiful modulations, and in this regard the collection may be said to be almost the foundation upon which all subsequent music has been built, and to contain the seeds from which the most soaring harmonies of Beethoven, Chopin, and even Wagner have sprung. Thus we are brought back by the well-tempered clavichord to the crowning glory of his genius, his gift for harmony. Beethoven knew the well-tempered clavichord. He is said to have won his first distinction as a pianist by his playing of those preludes and fugues in Vienna, and Beethoven called Bach the forefather of harmony. Probably no collection of pieces has been so carefully studied and sounded again and again by generation after generation of composers, and probably no other set of pieces will ever prove so impervious to every influence of time. It is like an eternal spring, forever fresh, forever marvelous. Scarcely less wonderful are the collections of 2- and 3-part inventions. Both these and the preludes and fugues were written as exercises. The one as, in Bach's own words, as an honest guide by which the lovers of the clavier, but particularly those who desire to learn, are shown a plain way, not only to play neatly in 2 parts, but also, in further progress, to play correctly and well in 3 obbligato parts, and, at the same time, not only to acquire good ideas, but also to work them out themselves, and finally to acquire a cantabile style of playing, and at the same time to gain a strong predilection for, and foretaste of, composition. The other, for use and practice of young musicians who desire to learn, as for those who are already skilled in his study for amusement. There can be no better testimony to Bach as a teacher than these short prefaces, written in his own fine hand upon the title pages of the 2 sets. For him, the greatest virtuoso of his day, virtuosity was nothing, and he taught those about him above all to seek to express only what was genuine and fine in music. So he continues to teach the world of musicians, though music has passed through fire and tempest since he wrote these pieces, all but 200 years ago, in the castle at Curtin. Styles have changed, forms have changed, instruments have changed. The state, the world are no longer the same. Yet in every state, and to every corner of the world, where there are men and women who have devoted their lives to music, there will Bach be found as the touchstone of all that is good in art. This is in essence his position at the present day in music, a position unique and special. He will always be the greatest of teachers. His music is profoundly mystical, and for this reason the secret of his extraordinary vitality will perhaps never be revealed, and it is nearly always intimate. In this, most different from Handel, his great contemporary, with whom he will ever be compared, though the startling contrast between them lead no nearer to the comprehension or just estimate of either. Handel is outspoken, Bach suggestive. The one compels, the other stimulates. In conclusion, we may once more draw attention to some of the salient points in his genius. As a man, he had keen practical knowledge, yet he was impulsive and ardent. He was unshakable in his convictions. He was generous but not always peaceable. And he was always quietly but profoundly thoughtful. Among his friends were men of prominence, knowledge, and high social rank. The circumstances of his life kept him from the theatre, which was the goal of most composers of his time, but furthermore his genius was not of the dramatic kind, nor his nature one to seek public acclaim. He was, however, in the words of a contemporary, the prince of all players on the harpsichord and the organ, and was so recognized over a large part of Germany. His unmatched technique and composition was acquired by constant labor and a never-ending study of all available music, both Italian and French as well as German, while he remained essentially a son of his race. The works of Couperin were known to him, those of Vivaldi and Corelli, of all the great German organists and composers, save only Heinrich Schütz, of the old Italian masters, Palestrina, Lotti and Caldara. The forms of his day he mastered, both those of ancient descent and those of more recent make, and he invented no new forms. He was first and foremost an organist, the culmination of a long line of German masters. His music for the organ rises higher than that of any of his predecessors, largely because of the logical, harmonic foundation upon which he built it. It has never since been equalled. To music for other keyboard instruments, precursors of the pianoforte, he brought a richness of harmony and of feeling not to be found in such music before his day. The polyphonic forms, especially the fugues, were influenced by the organ style. Other forms, such as the suites, suggest the influence of French writers. The so-called English suites, the name of which has given rise to much discussion, are the greatest suites in existence. The suites for violin and cello alone are unique. The polyphonic style in which many movements of them are written is characteristic of German violin music of the time, the conciseness of form of the Italian masters. All his vocal works show the influence of the organ style, which was the most natural and most familiar to him. But in these he has incorporated forms such as recitative and da capo aria, directed from the contemporary Italian opera. Difficulties and improprieties of text affected the cantatas. The passions, especially that according to St. Matthew, are flawless in structure. The perfection of the latter is largely due to his supervision of and arrangement of the plan and the text. The Mass in B minor is his most colossal work, seeming, however, a less natural expression of his genius than the Passion. Preludes, fugues, suites, concertos in the old style, the church cantata, and the musical setting of the Passion he brought to their highest point. After his death, other forms occupied composers, so that he has not served as a model. Also, the next age was preeminently the age of the orchestra, the modern orchestra with its peculiar problems, to the settlement of which Bach contributed little or nothing. The sonorous pianoforte persuaded composers from the organ. The polyphonic style was abandoned or was radically modified. Thus the new era of Haydn, Mozart and Beethoven is seemingly completely severed from Bach, totally disconnected, save for the links of a revised system of fingering for keyboard instruments and a satisfactory method of equal temperament. But the new age was the age of the supremacy of harmony in music, and the genius of Bach, often concealed behind the polyphonic fabric of his greatest works, is essentially harmonic. Chords, modulation, chromaticism are the essence of his music. In all his compositions they give the mysterious warmth. They are the basis of his form, the power of his suggestion. That he might be free to modulate at will, he so tuned his clavichord that all keys, both major and minor, could mingle through it. And as initiative for his students to the beauties of harmony unrestricted, he composed 2 series of preludes and fugues in every key, which today seem an epitome of musical expression. Written for students, they have taught every great composer, from Beethoven to Richard Strauss and Claude Debussy. They open the way to his other and to his bigger works, where the lover of music may so lose himself in wonder and deepest joy that he will say, as many have said, "Here is the beginning and the end of music." End of The Art of Music, Volume 1, The Pre-Classic Periods. Editor-in-Chief Daniel Gregory Mason.